does. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Again. So stick around. So stick around. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. So you need me. How do we love? Don't let go. I know you feel the same. So you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. So stick around. So stick around. Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love.
Let me play my cool intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignite me's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets caused real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the sword. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a witch funnel.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your ass. The fucking link is in the chat. That should be.
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. He's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit. How do I get my hands on your soap? Because I need something to clean these titty broads. My dove is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. I mean, bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen B and her 550, 600 servants. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly.
Keep beefing with the Queen B because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen B with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would fuck her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself.
It's your fucking old lying ass over there.
Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because she
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed! Oh my god, bitch.
Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit crying from the shady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Bro, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your emails. What the hell is wrong with people?
Right?
Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
I'm fucking killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no. I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Look, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away.
All right.
I love you too.
Alright. I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got triggered today. I trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
Nene, don't. I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, your dog is.
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this heat is piping. It's living. Motherfucker's hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's Candy Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, me too.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Yo, what's happening? What's happening? What y'all doing? It is July 1st, you guys. July 1st. I cannot believe we're already in July, y'all. The 4th is in a couple days. And I'm excited for that. I'm excited to get it done and over with because it's been the hell out of my damn dogs. Other than that, what's been on? What y'all been doing? Burning these streets down? Y'all been out here doing the most or what? Just, talking shit. Yes, this year is flying by. It sure is, man. It sure is. Today's your son's 17th birthday. Ree's Jam. Well, happy birthday. What do we hear? QB can defend herself by using FOIA to gain knowledge on kids that aren't yours and using that information to attack. That is equivalent of a dirty fight, in my opinion. Yeah, it is. Oh, absolutely it is. And let me tell you this. Some people don't seem to understand how deep this goes, and that's okay because you know what? There's a lot of people who are newer here or who have been, who have only been around for 6 months or 8 months, and this fight runs deep, and it's been going on for a couple years now, actually. So there's some people who really don't have any idea, and one of those people who really have no idea decided they was going to send me an email last night. They're probably not very happy with the one they got back, and that's okay. But sometimes when you don't know what you're talking about, it's best to not talk about it because sometimes you make a fool of yourself. And so that's kind of what happened. Said person thought I needed to be forgiving to Lemon and Verdino, and I'm not having it. Nope. Sorry, forgiveness was a long fucking time ago. A long time ago. And Diaper, you get zero motherfucking goddamn apology or acceptance to your apology. I don't fuck about you or your goddamn apology. Fuck you in that apology, okay? Fuck you in your apology or whatever the fuck, or accountability, whatever the fuck it was you thought you was doing. Fuck you in your bullshit, okay? Fuck you all the way to hell and back. That's how I feel. I want absolutely no fucking parts in being nice to you. I want absolutely no fucking parts in getting along with you. I want absolutely no parts in forgiving you. You dug in my real motherfucking life and you did a fucking on my motherfucking goddamn daughter, just like everybody else did. You can go fuck yourself. Anybody that caught themselves digging in my motherfucking real life can go right off. No, I'm not going to be nice to you. No, I'm going to be cool with you. No, I'm not okay with it. Nope. Never will I be okay with it. Other motherfuckers might forgive, but I don't. Yeah, they all fucking did. And then she tried to say, well, I didn't believe what they were saying, so I went and FOIA'd it myself. I don't get, bitch, what the fuck? You fucking idiots. But you want to sit here and talk about leave Brittany alone. You guys are being mean to Brittany. We have yet to even do half the shit y'all fucking done to us. Get the fuck out of here. The fucking nerve, boy, audacity. Man, let me tell you what. I let that motherfucker's ass clean up in that email. I bet you they probably are not very happy with me. It's fine. I don't really give a fuck. Flutter says the nerve. The only time forgiveness could be considered is if he admits he lied about you and stops talking about you. Yeah, even then though, forgiveness is done. That's out the fucking window. That's way out the motherfucking window. Way out in left field. Exactly. Right there. Too late, baby. Especially when you involve a kid and you want to say I'm abusing my child, you can go fuck right off. You can go fuck right off. And I don't give a fuck how much you come out here crying about you got to wear a diaper for this reason or that reason. I don't give a fuck. You wore a motherfucking diaper. Go get fucking pictures of someone else's fucking house for your motherfucking dumbass, stalker ass, goddamn little boyfriend. So with that being said, I'm going to need you to shut the fuck up and sit all the way down. Okay? Because you sound goofy as fuck. Shimmy. Goofy as hell. I can't believe. I cannot fucking believe. Lord. Well, to the moon, that's the thing. The bitch can't take accountability. Had she said, yeah, you know what? I fucked up. Yes, I did get that for him. Yes, I did give it to him. She knows she gave him a loaded fucking shotgun. So the fuck does Jessica, old sludge knuckles over there. Let me do this. I consider QB a friend and her QB. I don't know all children's names because she doesn't call them by name. For anyone who isn't to know that, nah. Yeah, nah, fuck that, man. Then talk about, well, mine was even more redacted than theirs. Out of here. No, it wasn't. It was the same goddamn report that everybody else got. Stop playing motherfucking face with your goddamn lies. The fuck? Oh, fucking sludge knuckles talking about, well, I don't even know. I just have no idea where this email came from. It just popped up. Bitch, bye. I cannot with the fucking lies. Really, I can't. I can't. Either admit to the shit all the way out, say it with your whole fucking chest and move the fuck on, or cut the shit. Because you fucking bitches are making yourselves look fucking ignorant as hell. Gladys, thank you for becoming a new member. And we dropped 5 of the gifted memberships that YouTube gives us. They give us 10 memberships to give you all. So I put 5 in the chat. I'll drop the other 5 here in a minute. Purple Dragon Shield, thank you for the $10. Happy Canada Day. Jen Rebel coming in, dropping 5 on us, Bitty Bop. I appreciate you. Jiznet, member for 9 months. They all should be ashamed. No forgiveness. Yeah, I say the same. What is this? Katie Horton gifted a membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, baby. Thank y'all for showing love, as always. Let's see here. I went to Canada on the 4th. 1 year. The fireworks from USA side were amazing. You know what, you guys? I love fireworks. I love them. Miss Amy Boo, how are you? Oh, you got to go mute us. You got some feedback. Lots of feedback, baby doll.
Queen Bee?
Yep, you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, the feedback is a good deal. What you up to, Bitty Bop?
I have a question for you. Are you ready?
I might have a baby.
Huh?
I might have an answer.
Okay, not in the Biden COVID case.
Yeah, baby, I know. I heard about it. What do you think? What do you think about that?
I have a question. Why did he do it? And
baby,
how did he do it in 7 minutes?
Well, I think that's a question we all want to know is why did he do it? And I'm not sure that any of us will get that answer.
That's not fair.
Baby, you know what? Things that happen in life that are not fair. And sometimes, you know what? It hurts like hell. And I'm sure that the parents want to know. It doesn't really matter why they're gone. They're not here when they should be. And no matter what he says as to why he did it, will it make it any better? You know, nothing. But there's no reason for him to do anything like that. It was hateful. It was hurtful. It was awful, and it should have never been done.
But was it like a revenge type of thing? Was it a psychotic break? Was it something like that?
Well, I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot that's wrapped up in that. I think when he was a kid, and I think he carried those skills with him as an adult. You know, I don't think he ever had the counseling and things, the therapy that he needed to have.
It's just sick.
Yeah, it is. It's very sad, and it's very sad. I seen Ethan's parents talk this morning, so we'll play that clip too. BW, thank you for dropping 5 memberships on us. I appreciate your love.
Okay, Queen. I'm sorry you're having a bad day.
You know what? I'm actually not having a bad day.
I'm
having a pretty good day. Are you having a pretty good day?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Have you played your game today?
No. I'm going to
make some time to play it for a little bit.
Okay.
All right.
I'm texting you.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, baby. Bye. I just love Miss Amy Boo. How are you, Cheesy Wheezy?
Hi, I wanted to come up and say hi to Amy. I haven't talked to her in a long time.
Oh, here still. Nope. She
gone.
gone.
She's gone. I'm gone. Goodbye. No, I'm just kidding.
We got feedback.
Do I still have it?
I don't know if you want to. Yeah.
Ah, son of a gun. I'll be back.
Yeah, we had a little bit of feedback. It happens with Miss Cheesy a lot. Well, the thing is dropping 5 on us. I appreciate you. Thank you, Eddie, for dropping 5 memberships. Let's go back and go drop these other 5 that we got. Because there's 5, or they give us 10 of them. YouTube gives us 10 of them away. So there's our other 5. So there's our 10. We done gave our 10 away for the month of July. Miss Cheesy Weezy, you back, baby?
I'm back. Am I still annoying?
Let's see here. Yep. Back.
I still got this feedback. All right. I don't know. I'll try it again.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. Try to close everything out and then pause your YouTube before you come up. Because it's still got a little bit of an echo there. I know is always so real. I just love her, Kathy. I just love her. And, you know, so sweet. She loves shit with us, that's for sure. She has fun. She has fun, that's for sure. So okay, so have you guys watched Ethan's family already on here? Did you guys see where I know I can't believe it's July already. You guys, isn't that nuts? Yeah, she is pure in spirit. That's absolutely right, Moon. She really is. She has a heart of gold, man. She does love talking shit with us, though. She does love talking some shit with us. That's my favorite part. When she comes up talking shit with us. We're waiting on Miss Cheesy to pop back up. Hopefully she comes up. Hopefully the echo's gone now. Well, you guys, there's a thing coming on July 11th. We usually try to stream them in Discord. Like we'll try to stream it together. Hey, Miss Cheesy.
All right, I'm gonna try one more time.
All right,
I got everything
back.
closed.
Right,
I got. Still there?
Yep.
God dang it! All right, I'm out.
Dang, Cheesy was in and out of the quiz. She was in and gone. She gone. Do you know? Hell, you ain't blocked. You're in here. I don't know what you think, where you think you're going. Do you know? Bring your ass back. Chica, remember for 8 months. 1 more month till baby B is here. I know that's right. Growing the perfect little bumble. You know what, though? I mean, I am pretty forgiving. I do forgive shit. I mean, I will let shit go. I will keep you at a distance. You know what I'm saying? I'll let shit go for a little while, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever. I mean, I'll even let it go for good. Sometimes it is what it is, you know? It ain't worth holding on to. Am I breaking up a lot? It's me. Oh, because the echo. Yeah, StreamYard is ridiculous. All right, y'all. This is no, B, it's me. I ain't got no sound. Okay. Cheesy, I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on. Try to see if you can go into your browser, see how many pages you have open. You probably have like 15,000 tabs open.
We are back with our GMA cover story. More on the Idaho College murders case after Brian Koberger agreed to plead guilty to all counts. Shortly before we learned of the plea deal, Kana Whitworth sat down with the family of one of the victims, Ethan Chapin. I want to go back to Kana in Boise. Good morning, Kana.
Yeah, George, good morning. So the last time that Jim and Stacy Chapin saw their son Ethan alive, it was Parents' Weekend at the University of Idaho. They told me they left full of pride. Their 3 children, their triplets, were living their best lives. But that feeling was short-lived. It wasn't long after they learned that Ethan had been murdered in a quadruple homicide that thrust scope into chaos. This morning, for the first time, the Chapin family tells the story of how they stayed afloat.
We just decided maybe it was best to tell our story of Ethan literally one time. He deserves it. He deserves our story of him.
This morning, as the Idaho Murder Suspect prepares to accept a plea deal, family of Ethan Chapin speaking publicly together for the first time since Ethan, his girlfriend Xana Kernodle, and her roommates Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez were brutally murdered in an off-campus home at the University of Idaho.
You guys, this is sad too. Because you can tell his parents were just devastated, and their 3 kids were in Idaho when this happened. Their son had to call them and tell them their other son was murdered.
I miss him every day.
Lose your son at 20, you know, it's different. It's a different loss. And I miss him every single day. And I always will.
Ethan, a triplet with his siblings, Hunter and Maisie, all attending the University of Idaho together. Hunter and Maisie and their parents, Jim and Stacy, now telling their story in a new Prime Video docuseries, One Night in Idaho, The College Murders, remembering their 6'4", larger-than-life brother and son.
We played every sport together. Every time we went in the car, it was together, partied together. There was never a dull moment.
Before Ethan was killed, Maisie brought her sorority. She now cherishes the text he sent before bed.
So he started off by texting me. I think he said, "Dog, come hang out. We all want you here." And I said, "I'm going to bed." And then he said, "Love you." And I didn't even respond to that. I think I was asleep by then.
And the "I love you" kind of stood out, though.
Well, yeah, definitely.
Hunter, who pledged Sigma Chi with Ethan, says the next morning, a friend at the fraternity woke him up saying police were at Xana's house.
Hunter Johnson came up to me and said, I was like, "Where's Ethan and Xana?" And he's like, "They're not here anymore." So, "What, not here anymore?" He's like, "I think they were murdered last night."
Hunter was forced to call his family with the news, his parents in disbelief.
It drives me crazy because I've always wanted to protect my family. And there's really nothing there that I could have done. You know, is taken.
A suspect, Brian Coe, arrested nearly 7 weeks later.
I don't think he called and said he found him. I think he called and said that his brother was murdered. I think that all three of the kids were at the Idaho. It was Hunter. Hold on, it wasn't Hunter Chapin that found him. It was Hunter Johnson. Yeah, and he said they're not here anymore to Hunter, and then Hunter had to call his parents and tell his parents what happened.
With a bit of relief, the Chapins shifted focus to his legacy, getting tattoos to honor him.
We all benefited from having Ethan in our lives for 20 years. It's a tremendous loss.
Now, the Chapins told me that they brought Ethan's ashes and his red Jeep to one of their favorite places in Priest Lake, Idaho, where they live like Ethan every day to honor his legacy. For more on their story, you can catch One Night in Idaho, the College Murders. It premieres on July 11th on Prime Video. George.
Okay, Candace, thank you.
Yeah, so that's pretty damn sad. That One Night in Idaho, I believe it comes out, 10 days from now? So that'll be interesting. I want to watch it. No justice for the family. Well, Steve he's saying this is not justice for the family. And you know, I can see it both ways. I understand and I can see it both ways. I would be extremely upset as a parent. As a parent, you know, you feel like you want to scream from the rooftops. You know, this asshole stole my child's life. And I feel like Steve wants to know details and things and things that happen that maybe he shouldn't. Maybe he shouldn't know. I don't know. I don't know. I want to know. I would want to know. I would want to know everything that happened. I would want to know everything that went. I would want to know it all. So I don't know. I see it both ways. It's very, very upsetting.
There is breaking news and there is breaking news. And when you do a true crime show and something happens at the level it happened today, this is sort of calamitous, so to speak. You may have heard by now, but that man, Bryan Kohberger, has decided to throw in the towel, so to speak. And the government has tossed that towel at him. Bryan Kohberger has agreed to take a plea deal from the state of Idaho in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students years ago. I didn't expect this, y'all. I did not expect to come on the air with you. I'm on vacation right now, just so you know. I did not expect this 1 month till jury selection. I already had my plane ticket booked. I was ready to go. And I expected to be in Idaho pretty much until November, when a jury would decide if he was guilty or not guilty, or would be going to the death penalty, right? I did not expect a plea agreement this close to trial, but there are all sorts of reasons why this may have happened, and I am going to go over all of them with a lot of very special guests. And those very special guests is Steve Gonzalez, and his attorney are going to join minutes for their first national interview, and my heart is absolutely breaking for them. This was not what they wanted. This was not what the Gonzalez family wanted. They were vehemently opposed. I think it's more important to say they were vehemently opposed. Kaylee on the far right, her family has fought tooth and nail against any kind of concession on this. They wanted to see this all the way through to what they had hoped would be a firing squad. Xana Kernodle's family, apparently, according to TMZ, very upset about this. They spoke with an aunt of Xana's who said they are all upset. Maddie Mogan was best friends with Kaylee. And so Kaylee's family knows the moves, and they seem to be in lockstep. Ethan Chapin's parents, it's been a little different for them. Stacy and Jim have struggled as mightily as anyone else with the pain and suffering they've been through. But as far as death penalty was concerned, it just wasn't the highest priority. It was not going to bring them back. Did they change their minds over the months and months they've been waiting for this justice? I don't know. They're very, very quiet about this. There are 2 people not on that chart. They are not in this picture either. They're cropped out because they survived. They are the 2 survivors from 1122 King Road. They are also victims of this crime, and they also have a say. I can just guess that Beth and Dylan did not want to go to trial because they have lived hell as well over the last 2.5 years. And going to trial and getting up on that witness stand and saying what they know while the world watches and then dissects everything before, they did not want that. But I can tell you this is a horrifying.
I'm sure that's a relief to them.
Difficult decision.
Because it would have been picked apart. Everything they said, every answer they gave, everything that they talked about, anything that they remembered, it would have all been picked apart.
To make. Why the prosecutors offered, only they can tell us that. And I hope one day they will. They may not. Why Bryan Kohberger accepted? Oh, I can definitely weigh in on that. They had him dead to rights. And when I say dead, I mean dead. They had him dead to rights. I said the same thing about OJ, though. And so I know better than to say.
Because they had him dead to rights, they gave him the opportunity to say, you did this, to admit guilt. The prosecutors are interested in getting a conviction. Hey, Cheesy. Hey, Miss Cheesy. How are you, baby?
Is it better?
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, no.
Slam dunk 100%. There's always a little bit of room in reasonable doubt. So there's always that risk. Did they have him 100%? As far as the facts and the evidence, yeah. Was there a chance someone might get on that jury and hang it and cause a retrial? Yeah, sure. Was there a chance that maybe they would convict and not choose death? Is that possible? Would a jury convict maybe and say, but we can't do death penalty? Saw it in Jodi Arias. So yeah, that's a possibility too. So these are all part of the recipe, right? Bryan Kohberger will be standing up and saying that he's guilty of killing all 4 of these kids on Wednesday, 2 days from now. Brian Enton has been on this story since the beginning, and he broke this news today about the plea deal. He joins me live now. You and I have been sort of talking all day, whether it's been on the phone or over the airwaves, that we're both pretty gobsmacked by this. There's an emotional toll that, these families go through, and then you become very invested as a reporter as well.
Yeah, I mean, I told you earlier, Ashley, I was totally shocked by this in the sense that people have been asking me for the last several months, do you think that there is going to be a plea deal? And I always very strongly said, no, I don't think there is. I have not gotten that inclination at all from the prosecutor. I have not gotten that feeling that that is what most of the family members want, and they have a really solid case. And that is how I always felt and what I told people until Friday, until 3 days ago. And that is when I learned that there was this meeting with victims' families and that this first came up. What would you think of a plea deal? And what happened after that is strange because it happened quickly and it happened over the weekend. It was last night. It was on a Sunday night that the prosecution sent over a proposed deal to the defense last night, saying, look, you'll get the death penalty off the table if you agree to 4 consecutive life sentences back to back, 10 years also on the burglary charge, waive all rights to appeal, which is big. You can't appeal. You'll be in prison for the rest of your life. And then prosecution will also seek restitution to pay for some of the funeral expenses. So that offer went out late last night on the Sunday night. And then it all happened very quickly today. We get the news that he accepted the deal and that the trial will not be happening. And now there will be this plea hearing on Wednesday.
This has sort of rattled everybody following the case. It's certainly rattled the family. Steve Gonzalez, as I said, is coming up in just a moment to tell us what he's gone through over this last 3-4 days. And then today, he's got a lot to add to some of the public statements he said online. And so that is coming up. Brian, I opened the show by saying they had him dead to rights. And I feel as though when you and I watched bits and pieces come through the gag order over the last 2.5 years, we felt like it was impossible for Ann Taylor to climb that hill to reasonable doubt. Do you have any idea whether there'd been discussions throughout the last 2.5 years ever about getting to a plea deal?
Well, yeah, there had been. Come on now. Fuck.
Is my song better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you got a little bit of an echo still.
Hi, Lila.
Oh, yeah. You got
I'm
really
just gonna
bad
hop
echo.
down. Sorry.
It's okay, baby. I'm sorry it's not working out today.
I think it's the holes in our cheese that makes the echo.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's really not working very well.
But what about the cartels?
Flutterby says, as a mama of 4, my heart is crushed for all of the parents who have to learn to live without their babies forever. Yeah, that's very hard. I mean, I think that's the hardest part of the entire thing is, their babies were taken from them, and now they don't get any answers at all. They just get, yep, I did it.
Well, he's going to have to say, I mean, I would think that he would have to repeat what he did and tell them exactly how he did it.
I don't think so.
I would not take a plea if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, that's Steve is very upset, and I think he has every right to be upset.
But I will say, like, the copium is real with the Bryan Kohberger innocent crew. They're like, oh, this is all a conspiracy. This is not true. He's got a master long plan. How could Drip Drop lie to me? The clown, the man who has makeup. How could truth and transparency be a lie? It's like, yeah, guys, you were listening to bumbling morons who honestly wouldn't be qualified to work at a local Denny's, let alone tell you about a murder suspect. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Hello, by the way. Your mic is a bit loud. Don't get excited. Oh shit! I just sit here and listen. But pro burger cope is real. The pro burger cope is so real. You got like Lana just sitting there, just like, oh my god, what's going on? What's going on? I thought Ann Taylor was gonna be the Jesus Christ. I thought she was gonna bring back on Ines Koberger and, you know, basically reveal the conspiracy of the cartel and the Ferrari and the sorority groups all working together to cover up a murder and a drug ring. What about the tunnels and the parachuting stuff in? What's going on? And it's like, no, guys, it's not that. Well, Steve just started his own conspiracy after last night's interview mentioning the college and politics. My guess is that, unfortunately, he is in a situation where you are in a situation where you are not cool with just not being communicated with by the DA, and that is a problem. And I think, honestly, there is a possibility that Brian could have gotten off if the right defense attorney came along and did the right tactics. Let's just say that much. Make sure you listen to what the woman after Steve, she explains some of what will happen tomorrow be to me. It all sounds like he will have to say a lot. I won't, to me, it sounds like he will have to say a lot. I would think that normally you have to basically, as a part of a plea deal, explain to, you know, basically make an allocution and basically state, I did this crime, this is how I did it, this is the time I did, you know what I mean? And basically that's it. I think there are some real hard questions that now we may never have answers. You're never going to get answers to everything in a crime. That's just how it is. A lot of people are like, well, what about this? Well, even if you had a full trial, you're probably not going to get the answers that you would want. It's just how it is. Steve Gonzalez is fostering conspiracy theories as well. It's really unfortunate. Well, I asked, you know, I think he's being manipulated by social media people behind the scenes. And I think that's what's happening with him, but that's just my opinion. I think his son's dating a YouTuber / TikToker. That TikToker is friends with BHB. You do the math. I wouldn't be surprised if he's talking to people who are on social media behind the scenes, like Drunken Turkey and stuff like that. And they are kind of like not feeding him, you know, who are kind of egging him on a little bit. That's just my opinion. Pretty sure we will hear them ask, how do you plead? And he'll say guilty, and then it's over. If that's the case, then I'd probably say take it to trial. I think like the whole situation of you have to basically state what you did for a plea. If you just say, nope, I just did it, then to me, that's like, well, that's not satisfactory. I'm sorry. Even if I would be like, if I was the family and even if I was going to lose the trial, I'd be like, oh, we're just going to do the trial and see if we can get this guy and get all the answers out. Look how sunken his eyes are, makes him even more ominous. Yeah, imagine if that motherfucker saw you in the dark. Holy shit. That's the problem. Narcissists think they can get away with everything. They think they are so smart. They think they're smartest ones in the room, and they think they're smartest whatever. Well, sometimes narcissists get away with things.
What is this? How do you say this? Beneficent versus Maleficent. Member for 24 months. In chat, woo, 2 years. Congratulations on your golden bee, Biddy. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for showing love. Regina and friends, crime and chat. Thank you for becoming a new member. Shell Bell, our super sticker, say Steve and Christy today. Yeah, they're very upset, and they have every right to be upset. Let me pull up his interview. He's extremely angry, and like I said, he has every right to be angry and upset.
Mm-hmm. But I just think he's being fed, Queen, by like social media people in the background. I just think that's my opinion. I think something's going on in the background with him.
Well, I mean that too. Petty AF says, "Love you, Cheesy Weezy." He had taken in quite a bit of money to go because they were going to have to go stay down there for so long, and I think he's pretty upset too because they had to stay down there for 3 or 4 months, while this went on.
Yeah, I think the DA's should go back to this is his last case. He's going to retire to the fucking North Pole, and he's going to hang out with Santa, and that's it. I mean, personally, I think the DA, the prosecution, should have communicated with the parents of the victims a lot more in the family. This whole, last minute, we're going to see if we're going to ask them if they want the deal, and then say, when they say no, we're just going to continue on is kind of bullshit to me. It just shows you that they're really, I think the prosecution was scared of trying this case. I think he was scared of this being his last case. I think he got cold feet, because honestly, I think you could, if you have the right defense attorney and you can do the right amount of pushing it. Like a lot of people think, oh, this is going to be a slam dunk case. There is no case that is a slam dunk case. Pretty much. You have to realize that there are things that you could easily, if you dig in this type of case, you have to be a scorched earth policy. Everyone's a suspect. We're going to go after everyone, everything. And I think there is more things that they were worried about coming out. And when it came to police procedure and stuff like that, they were worried about. That's what I think. And I think they were kind of happy that the trial didn't go forward. I think the prosecution just had really cold feet. He didn't want to go in it. It's a high profile case.
Well, yeah, that's a lot. I mean, to do a trial like that, oh my God.
Yeah. And I think,
could you imagine the stress of a trial like,
Yeah, I can imagine, and I can also imagine that there could be holes. Like for instance,
up, having the family there, doing something wrong, or having having the jury come back and say not guilty, having there be some kind of a, sorry, I was trying to pull this other video up with Steve, and we played it last night where he came up, where he did this interview with News Nation.
Yeah, I mean, I think with this case, I mean, the problem was the DoorDash driver would have been a problematic person. Another issue is that she kind of knew who Bryan Kohberger was, and did she know about that beforehand or after the defense approached the prosecution? I think it was defense, since the defense approached the prosecution. That could be. I don't know, but I would say, like, it's interesting. They denied
the third party. Karen Reed's trials went,
Yeah, I'm trying to say, like, they denied the third party culprit, but they didn't deny a Bolden defense. And a Bolden defense is kind of similar to a third party a little bit. You just don't outright accuse people of being murderers. You basically say, well, they rushed. So let's say, like, let's say a scenario, they do the DoorDash driver and somehow they did something that, kind of pointed to Bryan Kohberger first as an eyewitness. You know what I mean?
Right. He says, bro, and just said the prosecution sent a plea deal. Well, yeah, the prosecution sent a plea deal. The prosecution's the DA. They make the plea deal, and then they send it over to his attorneys. His attorneys then contact him and say, hey, the DA just sent this. They said that they were going to offer body moving last night and was about this with us. And they said that they were going to offer one more plea deal before they went to trial in August. So it's June. Last night was June 30th, and it was the last plea deal that they were going to put on the table for him. Yeah. That was it. They also have his ass like dead to rights. They have everything that they need for a conviction. I don't know. Here we go.
I want to bring in Steve Gonzalez. He is the brother of Kaylee Gonzalez. His attorney is who has stood by him steadfast from the beginning. Steve, I don't know what to say. You're the first person I thought of when I heard this news today. I reached out to you right away, first to tell you how sorry I was, because I know how this is landing. At least I think I do. But I wanted you to have your say. I wanted you to be able to say out loud for everyone to hear what this means to you and your family.
This is anything but justice. This is the opposite of our will. There was no majority believing that this was acceptable. I want to honor all the police officers, the FBI, and all the people that work their tail off. Failure at the court level, 100%. But the men and the boots on the ground and the women that were out there working, I want to honor everything that they did for our children, 100%. The fault is in leadership and the people that you place this evidence upon. They were weak. He decided to play God, decide what this man's decision should be, and not a jury, not a peers, not his peers. They, so that's where we are today.
Walk me through what happened. Brian Enton, did some really great reporting at the top of this show here, but tell me from your perspective how the last 3 days have played.
I would say ever since Hippler's demanded an independent investigation, they couldn't get away from this case fast enough. They've done everything to make this case go away. So I don't know what that entails, but he said he was going to have an independent investigator, and all of a sudden we seemed like we were on rail to get rid of this case and make a plea deal. I mean, he's guilty. We all know he's guilty. There's more than enough evidence, but it's tough. It's tough to put a community through this, and it could be bad for reputations and business identities, and there's. But this isn't the will of the victims. This is just one person making a decision, and it doesn't reflect what we were asking for.
Steve, did anybody call you from the prosecutor's office to just personally discuss this with you? Did anybody offer to meet with you in person to go over this potential plan?
We have meetings all the time on, particularly a lot of times on Friday. No. We had this regular meeting that we have to try basically do an update of what's going on, where things are at, because Idaho is actually an amazing state where it really does care about people. We just get one or two, people who just don't care about the victims and don't care about justice. And it's easy to take the weight out. It's easy to make an excuse and say, I'm doing this for the victims, even though I've never interviewed the victims. I've never really talked to them to find out what their true feelings are. So here we are. We're stuck and we can't get out of it. I ask your audience if anybody, Judge Hippler, reach out to him and ask him to put his foot down and not accept this offer. It doesn't reflect anything in Idaho. This is not justice. We had an outsider come to our community, kill our kids in their sleep. They're getting an education, doing everything that they should do, and we don't have the courage to hold him accountable. No plea deal. Let's go for this guy. 100%. Let's do it. And that's how this family stands.
I know that, it's no secret your daughter Kaylee was so close with Maddie Mogan, best of friends. And I know that you know the Mogan family as well. Have you spoken to the Mogan family, and do you know what their reaction is to this plea decision?
We actually just had a meeting with the prosecution and just tore it. Made it clear that we were not in support of this, but we also invited other families into that, and I'll let them speak on their own that were part of that meeting, but we are in no way alone on this. Multiple families believe the same as we do, but I want to honor their abilities to speak independently and as their child. So I want to cross the line, but all I will say is there was no majority for this decision at all. And if they're not working for us, they're working against us, guys. I mean, we have to wake up to this. I mean, we have to hold people accountable. Coeur d'Alene just had a shooting where we attacked our firemen. People need to stand up to these monsters and stop freaking bowing down to them and giving them child care. I mean, prison is nothing but adult child care. You get free vision, you get free dental, you get meals, you get AC, room and board, cable TV, internet access. It's ridiculous what we give our prisoners. Better than what we treat our vets. Our vets coming back from war with missing limbs. This is unacceptable.
Shannon Gray, I'm going to ask you to step in as well. Judge Hippler, Steve just mentioned Judge Hippler.
What's up?
Yeah, and I think every right to feel that way. I really do. Hey, chick baby, baby.
Hey, baby. What's up?
Going on?
What's up?
Let me turn it on. Hold on. How you doing?
What's going on?
Yesterday was a freak show, wasn't it?
Yes. Oh my.
Which freak show? I was kind of out of it.
Oh, there are many lanes. Like, picture a highway, right? You know, going through a toll booth, right? I'll go on cam for that one. A lot of people like rammed up my pages, right? You know, my videos, Queen, right? And they're like, "Oh, how do you feel now?" Right? You know, harassing me. I don't care. I'll respond. Give a hug. They need hugs, right? And no, it's kind of BS because you know what I mean. Like he hasn't done anything yet, and Taylor hasn't filed anything yet. I wanted to come on and say, what's your opinion on the fact that there's nothing filed?
Well, he's got to accept it.
Well, yeah, I mean he does, but that's not.
Yeah, they're not going to file anything. They can't. They're not going to file anything until he accepts that plea deal. Once they'll file it.
Do you think it's like a red herring kind of thing, like a false flag?
No, I think they got to.
You mean what do you mean a false flag?
A false flag is when you know what you're doing. It's like a psyop kind of thing that was going along all night long. I had insomnia. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, a lot of channels were talking about psyops.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's good or bad. No judgment, right?
Do they have like their own bug out shelter and stuff like that?
Yeah, they have a full out shelter. I'm sure.
Yeah, they have a full out shelter probably. Okay, they're talking. What's
And
the
some
psyop?
beans everywhere. No, but they're saying like they think that this is not misinformation, but like misdirection.
Why would they misdirect?
I think they're Ann Taylor, like what's the word for this?
Simps?
Yeah.
Yeah. The fact is that if they, I mean, like this would be pretty bad for it to come out like this if you weren't going to accept this deal. Because if you didn't accept this deal, now the whole jury just had in there heard that you were about to accept a guilty plea when you're about to have jury select. You know what I mean? That's not
No, and I'm thank you for saying that because I feel like the timing of this is very odd.
I think Mr. Koberger realized that he was in deep shit, and probably.
I'll tell you the moment I thought he was in deep whatever, right? Was when they said they would take somebody from the CO at the jail in PA.
Okay.
You know, like early on when he probably ran his mouth a lot before Ann Taylor, in my opinion.
I think they probably had him with a lot of other things. I think the only issue I would say with this type again, with this type of case is that, you know, there might have been some things that Ann Taylor could have taken advantage of, but I don't think Ann Taylor was an attorney enough to take advantage of those things.
Ann Taylor had a client named, I think, John Ellington. And weirdly enough, another like corporate, you know, not, you know, defense, you know, prosecution, John Adams. Okay, if you look up that information, it's a lot of Johns and Jacks. I'm sorry. Ann Taylor did get this other guy off the hook, I think under John Ellington.
Mm-hmm.
And then they retried him under different terms.
Mm-hmm. But like, let's stick to this. I mean, like, what's your thoughts about the whole, you know, him
The
accepting
whole,
that guilty plea? You know, what do you think?
I don't think it's real until it's real. I'm wondering who leaked it.
I don't think it's leaked. I think it was. I think it was coming. I think it's coming out. I mean, like, pretty
You
much.
know, most good news happens
Well,
on
I
a
mean, the
Friday,
trial was
so
supposed to start in 30 fucking days. They don't
Yeah.
have time to fuck around.
Queen, what do you think? Most good news or bad news happens on a Friday, right? That was a Monday.
No, it can happen
No.
anytime.
No,
It's
Friday they
Friday
were
for a loop.
no. I believe Friday they were talking to the family about getting a deal, and they were
That's what I
fishing
said
with
in
them.
hindsight.
And then Saturday they probably came up to Koberger or Sunday, and I think that's when they did it. I mean, I think that's
Yeah.
pretty much.
Okay,
I
they
mean-
said it happened on Friday, but that's in hindsight. We have no concrete evidence.
Well, that's Mr. Gonzalez said it on his Facebook page that he talks that they called him and
Steve
talked to him
G
on
is
Friday.
knee deep with the information. I do agree with that. Even though it irks me, I agree with that. You know?
Yeah, I just think personally he accepted it because it was a tough case. Number one, unfortunately for Mr. Brian Koberger, he looks like a fucking evil monster on sitting there. I mean, he does not look like a sympathetic.
I don't think
defendant.
that Steve G wanted to sit through an entire trial for a month or two.
Well, no, I think Steve G, Steve Gonzalez, I keep on butchering the name. I think he wanted to see this trial through. I think he wanted him, and I think he wanted him to basically get the death sentence. I think he wanted him to. I think he definitely hated that man, and I think he's very disappointed that he did not get that trial.
Do you think Steve G dropped the ball when he was like wearing like shirts about the death penalty and stuff like that? Do you think that was kind of bullying the process?
No.
I mean, the defense.
I would, if there was my daughter, I would want that guy dead. I would personally.
Oh no,
want
no
him dead.
doubt. I'm just saying,
Straight
why
up.
do you think it would come about that the prosecution would accept any kind of like leeway?
Because it's in his right.
Yeah.
Right, bullying. I'm not understanding. What do you mean
the
bullying?
right to do
I
what?
don't understand your verbiage here, chick.
Yeah.
Hey, weren't you up here before? Didn't you come up here before?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
believe
yeah,
the cat poop lady.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
get
what I thought.
going. My last question is about Steve Gonzalez. Okay.
Okay, hold on one second. Petty AF, you're up here, baby. What's up?
Hey.
I just want to know, do you know someone called
Can you
Drip
hear us?
Drop?
Drip Drop?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. Drip Drop.
Wait, are you Petty AF?
I am.
Hi, I'm Chickbait Juliet. Yeah, I'm
Do you know
aware
Drip
of
Drop?
Drop, the clown.
Do you follow him a lot?
Hi, good to see you.
Oh,
What's your
she's
question?
asking if you follow Drip Drop, the clown, Crime Circus.
Do I follow?
Yeah, Drip Drop.
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay.
I think you're in the wrong place, with all due respect.
No, I don't mean it that way. I follow a lot of things.
I just think coming up here after somebody's pled guilty is really disrespectful. I don't like some of the stuff Steve Gonzalez has done, but I'm not going to sit here and slate him on the day that he's got the worst news of his life, that he's not going to get the death
Oh no,
penalty
this
for
is
his child.
horrible. Petty, are you from New Zealand or?
No,
She's
I'm from
the
England.
UK. Yeah, she's from the UK. There's different accents in the UK. She's from the pirate side of the UK. But
I
anyway,
know, I can feel it.
but yeah, I mean, basically, Gonzalez is just like, you ever see, Good Citizen or something like that, Model Citizen, that movie where the guy just wanted a trial, even if he lose.
Honest to God, guys.
Let me finish. Thank you. He wanted a trial. He wanted a trial. He wanted the guy to get convicted of the death penalty, and he did not want some deal where the guy gets to sit and live. There's a big difference between someone, one's dead, one's alive. And even if you're in jail, you still have the ability to enjoy your meal, sleep in a bed, watch some television once in a while. Those four people can't do that. They're dead. That's why I'm a staunch believer in the death penalty, especially for this type of case. I don't think of it just as a bargaining chip. I think it should be just mandatory. You get it.
That's why I'm mad. I thought any bargaining chip was off the table. I had
You
no
know,
idea.
a bargaining chip's not off the table until it goes to the jury.
Yeah.
I
He could
know,
have
but
literally
I didn't.
taken this plea deal right up until the last day of the trial and
Queen, I'm
bamboozled
sorry.
everybody.
I thought that they went this far to go to trial, that I really thought that maybe in Idaho, USA, it was off the table. And that's why I'm flabbergasted, you know?
But why come up here asking about psyops?
I'm not talking about psyops.
Well, that's what you mentioned. Don't you think it's some
No,
sort of
I
psyops thing?
mentioned they were talking about that last night through the YouTube vines. You know, it's not my thing. You know, what I think is that given what I saw today, and they have a thing that came up, you know, 11 o'clock a.m., whatever standard time, right? That they will put this in motion, and that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to get going now.
Okay.
No, you guys are the best people. I love your channel. Awesome. And you're so welcoming and awesome. And that's all. I just wanted to throw out my 2 cents from last night because there was a lot of like, you know, feedback coming back.
All right. Well, you have a good day.
You too. All right. Take care, guys. Love you. Bye.
We're coming up. Chick Bay, Albert Pie, you're up here. Regina, you're up here. How are you girls?
Hey,
Hello.
Queen. So I just want to say, new member my butt. I had to update my payment info.
Oh, well, you see this? Well, it doesn't say Regina had to update payment info, not new member for 5 months. You know what I'm saying? It just says new member. I don't know, you know?
It's all good. It's all good. I'm just saying. So, you guys, I'm shocked, but I'm not shocked too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think,
Well, like
you know
I said,
what?
for my own reasons, I wanted a trial. I mean, I wanted to know. There's lots of I wanted to know. I get it. There's a lot of people that are disappointed too. They wanted, you know, they had questions and they wanted answers. They wanted to know certain things, and you know, it's no longer going to be available. You know what I mean? We just have to deal with what it is and and that's that, and that sucks.
Well,
Yeah,
actually, if I'm not mistaken, after the case closes and he has no chance for appeals or anything, that is whenever all of the information in the case can be released, right? So we'll get to still see everything, but we'll have to go look it up, you know, for ourselves and this, that, or the other. But how do you think, like, do y'all think Ann Taylor has sat there this whole time, like, knowing, you know what I'm saying, and now he's pleading guilty? Like, do
no,
you think? No?
no, I don't. I think she's done her job and she's done it really well to the best that she could do. I'm going to have to jump down. That's the only reason I've jumped back in. Sorry. I think that she's done the best that she could. And her job is not to ascertain guilt or innocence. Her job's to defend her client against what the prosecution have got for their evidence. So in that respect, I think she's done really well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're trying to get him off the death sentence, yes, she did her client service. I personally think I don't think she was equipped for this type of case. I don't think she was equipped to it. I think she probably just couldn't handle this type of case, to be honest with you. That's just my opinion.
I can agree with that in some aspects. I can, but I think she did a damn good job.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If she got
some
a
of the motions were really bad, but some of them were really good. So
I mean, I think she basically was trying to hold off as long as possible to eventually tire up the defense to basically get a deal.
Yeah.
And try to poke holes in whatever she could and get some sort of bargaining chip. That's what she probably was trying to do. I think her client is pretty guilty, but you know, sometimes you can convict. You can get a jury to believe in anything. All you really need to do for a jury to believe in something is to believe that the evidence is not like the evidence wasn't gathered right. For instance, let's say like you were in that case, you know, let's say they started putting shade on one of their police officers in that case, the first responding police officer. And then they brought in the witness, DoorDash witness, and you see how well she does. And you go into you systematically destroy every single credibility the defense, the prosecution has for gathering evidence and stuff like that, and you can get a jury to believe in anything, really.
Very true. I always thought he was guilty, but I always thought he had an accomplice. I always thought there were more than one of him.
Yeah,
So,
but realistically, he probably would have ratted that person out by now.
yeah, possibly. He could have done. I'm not mad at the result. I think death would have been too easy for Brian Koberger, if I'm being completely honest.
I think a lot of people think it's easy, but it's a pretty bad situation for these guys. I don't think I think you living in jail is still living, and I don't agree with you get to sit in jail, because you never know what's going to happen in 20 years, 30 years. They might just let him go. Look at the Menendez brothers. Murdered both their parents. Oh, we're going to let them go. Oh, well.
Yeah.
You know, you don't
Whereas
know
in
what's
the
gonna
UK, if you murder somebody in the UK, and you get life in prison, I think it's between 25 and 35 years, and then you're out. So we don't have the death penalty over here. So it to us, sometimes it can be difficult to get our mind around it, but I'm completely for the death penalty.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you know, these people, they get out. They eventually, you don't know what's going to happen in the future. They might develop a program as well. We've developed a new treatment, and we could be like Clockwork Orange, where they put him under like a little TV. We're just removing the violent tendencies from him, and he's going to be experimented on, and then they let him out. You don't know what happens in 30, 40, 50 years from now. You just don't.
Very true. Or they could change the state law.
Yeah, they could be like, well, we're not going to put a person in life while he's rehabilitated. Oh, well.
See, my other issue is if they do prove the case and he does get found guilty in a court of law, then it's got to go to the death penalty phase. And to get 12 jurors to all agree, there's no kind of let up there. It's got to be all 12. And if you've got one that doesn't want to do that, then they wouldn't have got the DP anyway. And I'm just saying that's a possibility. It could have happened. So I don't know. I think they've got a result where life means life. He's not going to come out of there alive. He's got no appeals. And they don't have to go through all the horrific details.
Right, but he still has a chance to see people in prison and actually get married possibly, and have his pen pals and his entertainment and his internet, and be a tax burden to the families of the victims he murdered for the rest of his life.
And I'm with you on that. I just don't know if there was ever going to be a guaranteed way of coming around this whole case where it all, because even after you've been sentenced to death, you've still got all them years of appeals to go through.
Yeah, you're gonna probably get like 20 years in appeals. Bullshit.
Yeah.
You know,
It's just sad. It's sad all around. But I'm glad they've got some form of justice, and I hope they can all start to heal now. Fingers crossed, anyway. Right, I'm going to hop down. Thank you for having me up, Queen. I'll see you all later. I'm still listening.
Good seeing you, Petty.
You too, Regina.
Amy Flat, it's it's hard to defend a guilty person, but you can defend a guilty person. I just saw a last trial, a clearly guilty lady got off scot-free.
Look at OJ.
Look at OJ. Look at Casey Anthony. It really depends. If you look at all those cases, what do they have in common? You attack the investigation, and you basically make the jury doubt the investigation and the credibility of the investigation. That's the way you would go about this case. And that's what Ann Taylor was thinking about trying to do and then when her third-party culprit defense was thrown out, she was then trying to go with a Bowden defense. And she was not doing a good job with that, because, you know, with that type of deal, you got to have to look into the witnesses. You're going to have to look into everything. Like, literally, you're going to have to do scorched earth on that. And I don't think she was capable of doing that. I'm sorry. I saw her arguments. And she wasn't very, like, honestly, I seen her arguments, and her arguments didn't have the oomph in it. Like, as much as you might, like, shit on, you know, I shit on Jackson all the time. I shit on a lot of other attorneys. But you notice that there's an oomph into it. There is an oomph. Hank Brennan, even Lolly had more oomph in his thing. And there was no oomph in that arguments. I'm just saying. And if I'm on a jury, you want a little emotion. You want a little bit of that oomph. I'm just saying. I'll describe it that way. Anyway.
Beats him. Do you think there's any chance Judge Hippler will not accept the plea?
I don't know. I think he will, but I don't know. It depends on what's, you never know. I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue. I think he will, but I don't know. But that's a think. So.
I mean, I can't help but wonder, if the families ask him not to accept the plea deal, if that's going to sway anything. And also, if by any chance something happens tomorrow, which I'm not saying it will. I mean, it's always a chance, but I'm not saying it will. If anything happens and this plea deal falls apart tomorrow, do you think that'll have any impact on the defense being able to defend Brian?
I mean, you're basically told everyone you're about to accept a plea deal. That's going to affect a lot, and also the fact is that, it's going to be an issue. That's going to be a very big issue. So I don't know. I think they're going to probably accept it. I mean, I think he's going to accept the plea. I mean, like the judge is going to accept the plea deal and everything. But I personally think, like, if I was in that position, I would not accept any plea deal unless that person fully told me every single detail of the crime, how he did it, and so that everyone has a clear what's going on, at least, and go into detail. I don't want to wait till 20 years from now, the guy goes on 2020 and decides to tell people. I want him in the courtroom telling the whole full story so that at least the family gets some closure going on and people can move on a little bit. That's what I would say. What if he was found? Let me see. Samantha just asked me a question. Sorry. What if he was found not guilty, and then what would Steve do about those 12 jurors? Well, at the end of the day, sometimes people just want it to be done. You know what I mean? Like, even if you try your hardest and you lose, at least you can tried. And I think that's his position. It's just like that movie. I keep on bringing up that movie. Like, was it A Good Citizen or something? I'm trying to remember.
Are you up this?
Law-abiding citizen.
Yeah, I'm up here. I just wanted to say that I can't believe I'm going to say this out loud. And I have gotten grief from my parents. But I truly do not believe in the death penalty, no matter how brutal.
Well, you're not the only one. There's a lot of people, honey. There's a lot of people that feel that way on here, and you're entitled to have your opinion as well without being, shamed. So
I just feel that throughout the history of the death penalty, going back to medieval and whatnot, there's always been that 1% chance, 0.1% chance that the person might have been innocent. And I'm not saying this dude is. I'm not saying this dude is innocent at all.
I mean, he's pretty guilty. I mean, I think the reason why this whole plea deal is being had is because he's so guilty that I think she's an.
When they admit guilt, he's going to admit guilt. He's going to admit that he did this, So in
thank
that
God.
case, then what,
I think it's an amazing thing. I think this
as
is
far as the death
justice.
penalty. No, baby. What I'm talking to Albert over here about the Albie. She's talking about the death penalty, and I said, does it change anything in your eyes when he admits that he did this? He admits that he murdered them, all 4 of them. Does that change anything for you?
No.
You still don't think the death penalty? Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just curious where you stood with it. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what were you?
I'll
Josh.
What were you guys say, Ellie? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
You're
think
on
I
the spot.
misunderstood. Oh, what? Huh?
You're on the spot.
Oh, shit. Okay. No, this is what I think. I mean, yeah, I understand the death penalty, but that's more the punishment, not the justice of the case. Like, do we want to I mean, that's the punishment. I mean, I think justice was served. I know that Steve Gonzalez and certain families possibly wanted to have this like day in court where they could look him in the eye, where all the evidence would kind of unfold for the world, the public to see it. And I think that's maybe important for them, but it's not really important for justice. Like the story, they'll get, I think personally, eventually the entire story will come out. Whatever they don't know about what happened that night, they will get their missing pieces filled in, so to speak. But like the fact that people are upset that he's pleading fucking guilty, it makes me want to fucking rage. I mean, I talked to Queen Bee about this earlier, and she kind of made me see the other side like the people want, like Steve Gonzalez and their family really want to, like, for the public to hear what they went through and what Haley went through, and they want to look him in the eye. But I really feel like, do you really want to chance it? And we saw what happened with Karen Reed twice. You know, do you want to chance it with a fucking jury system? No,
Yeah, but that's
fucking way.
but to be honest with you, that's a way different scenario. That woman, even
No, it
if
isn't.
she-
It's still
wait,
justice.
can I finish?
It's still the same idea, though. I mean, it's
Can
still
I-
the fucking
can I-
same idea. Yeah, of course you can finish. Yeah.
Okay, I
wasn't
was in the
finished.
middle of this. Okay, my apologies. But you're comparing apples and bowling balls. That woman was accused of running down her boyfriend. Either you can make an argument it was an accident or anything like that, or she was drunk. That man was not drunk. He went into a house and murdered 4 people, planned it. Karen Reed did, even if you believe she's guilty, which I do, she did not plan to murder her boyfriend. That was alleged. She never had a plan to do that. That's 2 different scenarios. Even if you thought she was guilty, I would never say that she would have to be in a death penalty situation at all. Never.
That's the punishment. That's not the justice part. Do you know what I mean? It's the justice part, and then there's the punishment. In my own mind, like I think of it as there's 2 phases to it. It's like, okay, guilty or not guilty. It's better if you, like, in the beginning, think about it. If he pled out at the beginning as guilty, I think that would have been a better case scenario than the last fucking few years. You know what I mean? It was like chaos for the family. They can't move on. They can't grieve. I get really upset. I'm sorry. I shouldn't even be here. This like makes me so upset because justice was fucking served, and people are want to fuck, and even the families, they want to cry because they want like the Roman Coliseum fucking trial to play out so everybody could like feel their pain. Do you know what I mean? And it's not. I don't think it's about that. I think it's about fucking justice. Like he says he's guilty, he's fucking guilty. I mean, like what else do you want? You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, the
But
facts
also-
are. Oh, you go, Regina.
But also, now he says he's guilty. Look what he has drugged this family. Not only did he take their child, but he has drugged this family through hell for 2 additional years.
And
all
trial
for the
would have been
shit
another
show of it. All
4
for the
months.
shit show of it when he knew at the end of the day he had done this. That part. What about that part?
Well, what is
I'm
that
just
part
curious.
then? Well, what is that part? The part is, yes, justice. Like, so if he did it 2 years ago, yeah, it's fucked up that he did it. But Ann Taylor, she's a maverick of a lawyer, and she tried everything she could get it with genetic genealogy to get the knife snaps, thrown out. She tried everything in her powers because she's a fucking amazing lawyer. Common law in fucking Idaho to get the grand jury thing thrown out. She knew how guilty her client was. And that's the only reason why she was like a fierce advocate for the policy and for the procedure, not the actual facts of the case. You know what I mean? So she probably was happy with this because for her, because she's like a public defender also, like she's had the public defender office, like for her client not to be death penalty is a big thing for her. That was like, she feels like she won because it took that off the table. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, just like the last, you like law-abiding citizen. It's just like that part in the movie where he says, what if, the prosecutor's talking to Gerard Bartler and he says, we could have lost. And he said, you could, at least you tried. And maybe that's the position Mr. Steve had.
But they did win. They got the guilty verdict. They did win. Just because they didn't get the death penalty, that's like a loss. And that they didn't get the show of the trial, that's not a loss in my mind. Justice is the final goal of like any, court proceeding. I mean, it's justice, and you want them to like. Yeah.
What do you define justice?
Justice is that the proper I don't know, the proper thing is served, like a proper kind of course of events is served, like somebody proper? I don't know, the truth, I guess, the truth of whatever happened. Truth is the truth that is the truth.
You know what I find justice? I find justice, I take no more than an eye. So if you take someone's life or you take multiple people's lives, you go. You go and you
Yeah.
injure someone, you either have to compensate them to the point where they can at least continue.
So you're,
So I'm more of I don't just consider truth justice. I consider actual
well, the
eye for
punishment
take no
then
more than an eye.
is part of your justice then, maybe.
Do you think the truth is subjective or objective?
Subjective.
Okay.
I think what good is the truth if there's no penalty for what you've done? If there's no accountability and being held liable and paying punishment for it, what good is the truth?
He's
I mean,
in
that's
jail.
what we're seeking, right? Hold on a second. Let me finish.
Okay.
That's what we're seeking, right? We're not seeking the truth. We're not seeking the truth. Okay. We
Whoever
are
said that?
seeking justice.
Okay.
You
Well,
said that you thought that the truth, that you
well, I
thought that
think
justice
they
was the
should
truth.
coincide. They should align.
No,
Truth and
all I
justice should
said
align.
was,
No?
was it
Okay.
objective or subjective? That's all I said. Truth and facts are not exclusive to that.
Well, I could say true. I mean, like it is subjective because basically, I can. Let's say we look at a ball, and it's red, and you say it's red. But if I can get everyone in this chat and everyone in the world to agree that it's blue, then it's blue.
That's peer pressure.
Well, that's basically I just changed the truth. I mean, that's what
But
it
that
is. Some
isn't the
people-
truth. Everybody has their individual truths.
No,
right?
but
Like,
there are studies where that actually goes in play. He's right.
what? No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that the
No, there
group
are
could
there are
influence.
studies about like a line.
Yes, there's
You can
studies about
short,
it, but there's
you can
individuals
long.
also within those studies that it doesn't work for. I mean, yes, it does. It's peer pressure, of course. It's jury, almost like what
No,
goes
it
on in
works
a jury.
every time. That's the sad part.
No, it doesn't. Not for everybody.
But let's
Ever
get
hear
back
about
to
the Stanford prison experiment?
Yeah, I know the Stanford prison. I know that. I mean, that's like exactly what is kind of happens in these. Like it happens in right now, almost like that's exactly what happens.
And you're
Our
saying
peers-
it's not subjective.
Okay, can I ask a question? Like, let's say a situation where let's say we say that truth is justice. Then, then basically all Mr. Kohlberger has to do is just tell us everything he did, and then we can just let him go.
Well, no, of course not.
But that's
there's
essentially-
punishments. There's punishment
on
though.
Dateline.
There's consequences.
So justice is punishment.
No, there's two parts to it. There's like justice, and then there's punishment for said whatever you did for said crime.
No, but I mean, he gets it. It's why I watched your channel.
putting those
because
two together.
You guys are so freaking smart. Okay.
What?
You guys are so freaking smart. That's why I watched your channel. Okay. You guys are. And by the way, yes, Bryan Kohberger, I don't think he's doing this on his own. And I do not think by tomorrow.
Oh, what? Oh no! You think he has like? Oh, so you're one lens to think there's like a fucking
I
pipeline
actually
going
think
to
he's gonna-
Washington
he-
State or Canada?
No, he's
with the
gonna
drugs?
take it. He's gonna take it, man.
Of course he will, right? I would hope so. I would hope
Yeah.
he will. I mean, I'm sure his lawyer like advocated very hard for that plea deal. I'm sure he's fucking gonna take it. I mean, we're
No,
just gonna
people
spin
hate
it.
me for saying it, okay? But I'm saying he's gonna take it.
Of course he's gonna take it. You'd think
No.
I mean, it wouldn't have been released if it wouldn't have been like outed to the media if he wasn't gonna take it. That's how the
That's
fucking
what I
media
said
works.
last night. I'm like, why do you think it got leaked or whatever you think happened? I'm like, obviously, it'll be on Wednesday. We now have confirmation it'll be on Wednesday. Everything I said yesterday happened. People think I'm weird. Okay, fine. I'm weird. I don't care. Okay.
We're all weird. It's no big deal. Everybody's
Oh.
fucking weird. I mean, it's no big deal. Don't
Yeah.
start tripping about being weird. I mean, I
I'm
just
not
think that this
reporting
whole thing-
anybody or making fun of me. You know what? Make fun of me. I don't care.
Oh my god, I say that all the time. Welcome to the club. Like I'm weird. Fucking make fun of me. I feel this exactly the same way. That's if you're not doing that, you're
I'm
not
a
living.
super geek. I'm a nerd and I research a lot.
Yeah.
Well, good
But-
for you. That's good.
By the
thing.
way, always just let the person, I forgot your name, the person under Ellie. What were you gonna say? I forgot your name. The bubble
Tia.
underbelly.
Tia,
sorry.
you know
Okay.
Tia. Come on.
I know
Vincent.
Tia. I just
get it
said the
together.
name's thing.
Get your
So
chart
Tia,
out.
Tia, you can go. You can start talking.
I mean, but thanks guys, because I was getting like kind of harassed in the comments on YouTube and I almost cried.
Okay.
Well, when you start talking about like another person being involved, yeah, you're gonna get harassed because it's like out of
Yeah,
the fucking
but-
blue. You know what I mean? That's all.
Well,
it is.
you're a way bigger channel than, and they were like, "Oh my god, you're promoting your channel." I'm like, dude, I really don't have one.
Okay.
Just a word of advice if you're new to
I
YouTube.
will not
if
do
you're
that.
ready,
I know your rules.
if you're ready to cry because of some comments in the chat, ooh, you are
Oh,
not
you
gonna
ain't
like
gonna make it
YouTube.
here.
Nope.
Honey, I'm
Fine.
still here, aren't I?
All right.
I
Anywho,
had to
I'm just
swallow my pride
saying.
there for a minute, you know what I mean? Like, but it's fine. It's fine.
What's
so
fine? I don't even
can
know
I
what's
ask you a
happening
question,
anymore.
Queen?
What's up, TM?
Hi, Queen. How
What's
are
going on,
you?
baby? What's happening, honey?
Actually, I'm sad that Ellie popped down because I had some questions for her, and I'm not being condescending in any way, shape, or form. I genuinely have some questions. She had mentioned that she was looking for the truth in the trial, and I thought B. Tim's question of what is the truth to you was really interesting, because a lot of times we don't get the answer to who, what, why, where, when. And that I think is what the truth is that we're looking for. And I'm assuming, because Ellie's not here, so I don't want to put words in her mouth. So I'm kind of trying to
Ellie was
be.
a earlier thing I looked into. Very good information.
What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about, but let me
Ellie
just.
is the lady that was up here 2 minutes ago.
No, I know,
Yeah,
but I don't talk about people.
Okay, thanks. Anywho.
Can I hear me out?
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, like, I like to hear from Tia, please. Can we let her talk? You've had like 5 minutes to talk.
Yes.
Thank you. Tia.
You know what? I'll bite for 1 second. How do you overlook evidence and go straight to conspiracy? Cat lady. What? How do you do that?
Hey, Tia, can I ask you a question and see what you think, girlfriend?
Yeah, you can ask me anything you'd like.
Awesome sauce. So I appreciate that. So do you think that because Steve Goncalves is so close to this case that he might already know enough that he already knows the truth and that Brian done this and he just does not care about that aspect of it and he just
Oh God,
wants
no, I don't think
no?
that at all. No. I think Mr. Goncalves, I'm trying to say his name with respect and not disrespect him by improperly saying it. I think he is a man devastatingly in pain.
Yeah.
And I don't think that there is anything more, less. I don't think he knows any information more than he's telling people. No, I don't. I don't think there's.
You go. I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
No, please.
No, I'm just saying, like, a lot of times, like, we look for truth. We like to find the truth as a true crime channel, and we
Sure.
don't know in the perspective of a person who sometimes we don't understand the perspective of a person who suffered the loss. And there are people who might, just find the truth, and a person saying an apology is their form of justice for them. And there's some people that want blood and iron. They want that person to suffer, and they want them gone. And that's how it is. And it's based upon that's why there's no real truth is subjective, just like justice is subjective to each individual. Maybe the 3 other family members don't want him on the death penalty, and one of them does. It's just, and then you just have to have a tough choice of who you got to choose. You got to outweigh the out of the 3. But truthfully, I mean, if it was me personally, I want that motherfucker gone. That's just me.
I think
Do
that's
you
really
think-
well said, B. Tim. And I'm sorry, Regina. I thought that was really well said. And I completely agree with you. The only thing that I have, and we were talking about this last night, I was really, really grateful. I wanted to thank Queen actually for letting me up last night, because it was such a great discussion that I got educated on for real. And I really think that one of the things that I learned in true crime is that the law isn't moral. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes we're looking through morality, we're looking for morality and it's not a moral thing, it's a law thing. And that
Yeah.
sucks for me because I can't, I try and justify morality in the law, and there is no morality in the law.
Well, the law's
so-
about.
Oh,
Yeah.
can I please finish up? I'm not
Yes.
done with that. The reason I'm asking is because I've seen comments online, people saying stuff like, Steve doesn't care about any of this. He just wants revenge and this, that, or the other. And do you think it's fair? Hold on, let me finish the question.
Well, I can tell you right now, you lost me with people posting online.
Oh,
that's where you
well,
just lost me.
on Facebook
Yeah.
and
Oh no.
stuff.
Oh God, no. Nope.
Yeah.
You lost me. I could care
Right.
less what people on Facebook say about a case. To be very honest with you, I could care
You're
less.
fine.
I find them. I'm sorry.
I said you're fine. You're
Okay,
fine,
thanks.
in my opinion.
Okay, thanks. I'm
awkward.
Facebook groups and people who post online, Facebook groups, X, whatever. As soon as you say people posting online, Reddit, I'm done. You have lost the plot because there is no factual information in the general public posting online.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
I agree with
nothing
that.
factual.
There was
I
somebody
agree
in
with a lot
chat.
of that.
Can I mention them by like code? G to the
Wait,
H to the H.
Why are you referring to the chat? We're having a discussion about the Kober case.
No,
Let's stick to
I'm
that.
actually talking about your thing. Just that I wanted to remind you I do have a disability.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, I think that this whole thing, as you were talking about, Brian Koberger is not in a place, space, or time to actually make this happen. But when I saw the thing that happened today about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, I've been like hyper focused on that, if that makes sense.
What are you talking about?
The filing. The newest filing is to go back to 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay.
In Idaho.
To do what?
To make his plea or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So he's going to make his plea. He's going to plead guilty.
All right.
Oh, what else?
That's what you assume, right? But
Do you
why
think
did we
he's gonna
assume?
I
Do you
assume he's
think
going to
something
go.
else is going to happen there? What
I
do you
mean,
think is going to happen?
I'm going
I
to
mean,
jump off the chat, by the way. You guys are awesome. I love all of you, but I know I don't belong here. So I love you all. Thanks, Queen.
You have a good one. Bye.
Bye. You too.
I failed to see what we were going for.
Yeah, but maybe she's just, she's not used to the panel, and it's just how it is. Maybe people just, what I mean? Sometimes people aren't used to it. It's just what it is.
Yeah.
But let's just keep it moving. So my thoughts, you can continue, by the way, if anyone wants to
Regina,
jump
do
in.
you get what I'm saying? Like, I hold no water in anything anyone says in a Facebook group, online, or anything like that, because it's just general public who has no knowledge.
It's kind of like what we're doing up here, though, too, in a weird way. And even though there's some very informative and wonderful comments, and as you said very eloquently, the morality of the law, or morality versus the law, I didn't take that into account when I said my comment, but I still don't believe in the death penalty. But there is a great
the
deal
law-
of substance to, the morality.
I got a thought experiment. Let's say you have your 90-year-old grandmother, right? She's in an old age home, right? And she slips, she falls, she hits her head, and she dies. And you sue. Do you get money for that?
I hope not.
No, I'm saying like for their like negligence of, let's say they basically have like the rug tugged in a certain way and they just had her unsupervised and she fell. It's complete negligence. It's 100% negligence on the place. Do you think you'll get money for that?
I'm
Probably.
I'm sure
No, the answer is no, because they don't in the law in civil, a person over 90 doesn't have any value for their life.
but but see, you would have to know the law, and I don't know the law, and I a couple of years ago could have gone, this is going to sound really silly, could have gone after the the owners of a doggy daycare.
No.
We didn't. Let me. We
Yeah,
didn't.
but I just want to complete my thing, because I'm not saying that the 90-year-old doesn't have value. I am saying that the law doesn't compensate you money for that. So
Right.
the law doesn't have any sort of morals. It just goes into the concept of compensation, or that's what justice is. You have the civil side of compensation where they try to give you money, and then you have the criminal side that try to give you time in jail, money, or they might just do the death sentence, which is basically the attempt to compensate you, the family, for the loss or the situation. And that's what the law is. It is an unemotional attempt at compensation. And some people, I just think Mr. Steve Gonzalez doesn't want to accept that type of compensation. He wants to accept another form.
Well, B. Tim, that's where it comes into play. Also, if you think about it, though, where there's a difference in what we consider compensation and what the law considers compensation altogether. Because, well, not only that, but let's take it a step further. Say you go back to like biblical times and you talk about like an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Okay.
Hammurabi's law.
Right. Well, today in the justice system, it's supposed to be, the punishment fits the crime, right? No cruel and unusual punishment, and the punishment is supposed to fit the crime, right?
Depends. I mean, like with Hammurabi's quote,
Well,
it's not eye for an eye. It's
but
actually
general concept.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Yeah, his saying was actually take no more than an eye, not to eye for an eye, but just letting you know that.
Right. So, I mean, if you go by either one of those things, he's taken 4 lives, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4. And he only has the 1. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, honestly, there's nothing that anyone can hold Brian Kohlberger accountable for him being one person, even if they took his life.
Well, the
There is
concept. Oh, you go. I'm sorry.
there is no compensation for one man and 4 lives. However, I don't just look at it from that standpoint. I look at it from the standpoint of, has he, strung the families along and stuff? Has he added to their grief and everything else? And I think from that standpoint, there is additional. It's not just that Steve lost his daughter. He's been strung along for 2 years by a man that's known he did this all along. You know what I mean? And I think that whenever it comes to things like this, and it's such an egregious crime, I think that the families should probably be, in my opinion, 70% of the factor of the sentencing.
Yeah, I think you're never going to compensate for a loss, even if it was 1 life for 1 life. It's never
Yeah.
a compensation because that person's gone.
Yeah.
The situation is that you really want to do it for the victims that they left behind and how they want to cope with it so they can move on. And sometimes people, I mean, like maybe some families will be okay with him in jail, but maybe Steve is going to constantly see this motherfucker on TV and think this guy's still alive and he's not going to be able to move on. And that's the concept of the compensation. It's so that the victims can move on, so that the victims get some sort of semblance of some kind of normalcy coming back to them. And that's what it's about. It's not like, a transactional thing all the time. It's really so. And the reason why the justice system does this is so that you don't have vigilante justice. Because when the justice system doesn't think about the victim's family, then the victim's family have to get justice themselves. And that sometimes happens. And that happened a lot of times, and that's the situation. And that's how it is.
Queen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say you believe in the death penalty?
Well, it kind of just depends, actually. In certain cases, I do. In other cases, I don't. I guess you could say, yeah, I do. Such as like him saying, yes, I did it. I did murder these 4 kids. I do believe that, yes, when you know, admit to murdering, 4 kids, I believe he should be put to death.
It's just sad we even have to talk about it.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't just kill him, you guys. He planned this crap.
And
He
not only
planned
that,
this
though,
out.
it wasn't just, they robbed his house and were shot, or he was stealing their car and shot him. No, he went in their house and he stabbed the fuck out of them. That was a personal attack. He fucking cut his Achilles tendon, he butchered them. He didn't just poke them. No, this was like brutal. This is fucking brutal.
And he had to touch them. He had to be close to them too. It wasn't something that you could stand back and do and walk away from. He had to touch
That's why
them.
they say stabbings are very fucking personal. I mean, you're up close and personal, almost face to face with them. If you're, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It was very calculated. And I do, like, I'm not trying to come down. Well, no, I am. I hate Facebook groups.
I just feel like if it was somebody, he would have got a gun, pop, pop, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But obviously, you know what I mean? It was personal.
But he didn't know him. That's the weird thing. Like,
will we ever know? No, I doubt it, unless he, sells story or writes a book or whatever. But I also feel like he wants to keep some of those details personal. They're it's a personal thing to him. I don't think he ever intended on going to trial.
You don't? Oh, that's interesting.
No, I think he pushed it off because that's how court is anyways. I mean, that's how a normal case is. They push it off. I mean, when something like that happens, you want to push it off as far as you possibly can.
You
don't want to just rush right into a trial. No, you want to push it off for at least years. Yeah, in the games, hell yeah.
Yeah, well, that's I think what
the mind game.
I think. I think he's been playing chess with them the entire time. I really agree with you there.
Yeah.
Has anyone else got the sneaking suspicion that Brian's going to be in prison for a couple of years and come out and confess to another homicide or something? Like, I can't help but. You think this was really his first time?
Yeah.
I do, yeah.
And I think he went out with a fucking bang. Yeah, I do, absolutely.
He's a wackadoodle.
And then when they didn't call the police right away, he drove back by the house. Like, he wanted it. Like, this was very personal.
Mm-hmm.
Almost feels like one of them girls rejected him more than twice. You know what I mean? And he would. Look how he did the neighbor girl. The neighbor girl that he was, that was his neighbor. He put those cameras up and he started watching. She had something come up missing out of her, and she was like, somebody broke in. She had him come over and check things out. Come to find out, he was the one that broke the fuck in. He was the one that went in our house. Then he set up the cameras and had access to those cameras as well. So not only was he watching, I mean, he's a calculated little sick fuck. I mean, he's.
Yep.
You gotta know too. He was, the little fat boy that nobody fucked with. You know what I'm saying? That wore glasses and was like nerdy, and you know what I'm saying. He, man.
He liked to play mind games. You're absolutely
Very
right.
Calculated.
I forgot about that.
Brandy Wine dropped 5 memberships on us. Thank you, Biddy. I appreciate you showing some love. Yeah, he loved playing mind games. That's just one of the things I feel like he was. I feel like this is with Steve, and I know the other parents really didn't play into him. Steve did.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of the cases for the books, you know, and not just, you know,
Right.
history, but for law school and criminal justice school. And
It's not
DJ
unusual
says,
though.
she said, does anybody recall when Ann Taylor stood up and said how passionately she felt that he was innocent? I think he played everyone these last 2 years, including his attorneys. Well, the only two people within life that you're supposed to be honest with is your doctor and your attorney.
And your priest.
They can't. I'm telling you, they can't defend you if they don't know, and you don't ever want your attorney turning around and having them be having a bombshell dropped on them while they're in court. Absolutely not. You want your lawyer to fully be prepared for anything that might come out or might be dropped.
right.
And yeah, fucking right, they will. Defense attorney will say anything. Look at Casey Anthony. Look at how well he played fucking jury, man. Boy, he went in there. He was skipping across the courtroom, jumping. He was animated. Boy, he was selling that fuck shit.
Was he offered a deal prior to this and turned it down?
Yeah,
You know?
they offered him a couple plea deals. They said they
Oh, a couple. Okay, so
Johnny said last night that they had offered him. They said they were going to offer him one more. The trial started, and that was they were going to lay one more down, and if he didn't take it, then he didn't take it. But that was that. This is it. This is the last chance. This is the last one we're going to get. And
so he really has been stringing. Sorry, Queen Bee, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine, baby. Cheesy Weezy, you're up here with us, love.
So he really has been stringing this along for 2 years. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's what they do always push one plea deal before the trial, just in case. I just didn't know if he had been asked prior to and turned them down. And knowing this was those last, this was it for him. That's interesting.
Huh.
Hi, Cheesy.
Really quick, I'm just gonna say thank you all, and I gotta bounce. So thank you.
Well, thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
Bye, it's good talking to you. Have a blessed day.
You too.
Can you hear us, Cheesy Weezy? Are you okay?
Cheesy.
You know, I do think that Steve wanted the trial because I do think that he wanted everything out on the table. I don't think that the death penalty to him is about vengeance. I believe that and I'm not speaking for him in any way. This is just my opinion. I want to state that. But I deal with families that have had their children murdered. And the one consistent thing families tell me is they just want the truth. They want to know everything.
But you don't get that answer, and that's what sucks.
That's right.
Well, and even through a trial, you may never get that answer.
We did not get lied until the still to the totally. This guy's going.
Well, and if you heard him say,
innocent.
well, you would be able to clear. There's businesses that took, that were slandered and defamed. There was teachers that were defamed. There were students called murderers. Her boyfriend was called a murderer for I don't know how.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? I feel like he everything to come out. He wanted everything laid on the table. He wanted everything laid out for everybody to see, for the world to see for themselves. You know what I mean? He wanted rumors cleared up. He wanted good people's names cleared. He wanted his daughters, you know what I'm saying? He wanted, and I do believe he fully wants that penalty. I fully believe he wants, to be.
I think it's so much more than
in other words,
revenge, like
vindictive,
people
and
are
I would
saying.
if that was my baby in the firing, because fuck you, dude.
Right.
You.
Yeah.
Fuck.
You think what,
Judge me how
Richie?
you do, but I don't care. I really don't care. That's my baby. You know what? And fuck you. And the way you did it, no, fuck you. And I believe he has every right to feel that way. I mean,
I agree.
Unbelievable hard would it be to, you know what I'm saying? Right there, and 30 days away from a trial, answers that you know he sadly won, and all of a sudden to have the rug yanked out from underneath of him.
But and there's a whole preparation for the
family.
families.
No fucking say so in it. It is what it is. This is what it is. This is what I deal with, and this is how it goes. Sorry.
I'm with you, Queen Bee. That's the reason I'm saying I don't agree. Like, I've seen it everywhere today. People like literally going after this man because he's not happy about this. And I don't think it's fair because he's the one that's had to go through this and his daughter go through this. And I don't agree with all these people online saying he just wants vengeance. It's eye for an eye. He's, you know, I don't agree with that at all. I don't.
And maybe he does, but he wants justice as well. You know what I'm saying? And I do believe that he does want justice.
Well,
I do believe that
I
he
don't
does
know.
not feel that this is justice. This man gets to go live. Listen, my birds know they know I'm way up. They're like, oh shit, she getting festered up, boy. But I'm just, you know, I get what he's saying. You know what I mean? This motherfucker gets to go live in prison, get to live and breathe and watch cable TV, and you got a bed and 3 hots and a cot. And, you know what I'm saying? You get to write letters to your family come and see you. My baby's gone. You know, fuck that. She doesn't get to have babies. She doesn't get to live her life. She doesn't get to get married. She does, you know what I'm saying? Fuck you. Fuck you. You shouldn't be able to live a life like that. You shouldn't be. Prison's too good for you, man. Fuck you. You deserve to be under that son of a bitch. Under that bitch.
100% agree with that. And there's also a lot of like preparation that goes into families.
That's the mama bear speaking out. I'm just saying that's.
Oh, just a heads up, Queen.
What, baby?
You got donation. You got like the membership thing. I know you were in something, but I figured you just in case.
You got a membership, you said? Oh, so here, sorry, baby. Justice for Alyssa for dropping 20 membership. I appreciate you, baby. Thank you for doing that, for donating to the hive, baby.
All right.
Cash, thank you for dropping 5 on us. I appreciate you. I must have missed some of these low key. What is this? Little bumblebees or little popcorn? Is that little bumblebees or popcorn bags? Tilly T, thank you for dropping 10 membership. Biddy, I appreciate you showing love. WNC Granny, it only takes one juror with doubts to set him free. Yeah. That's too. You know what? Then what? What if he goes to trial and you know they say they have a hung jury, or you know what I'm saying happens? I mean, look at Karen Reed. Look at that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Someone asked me, says, BTM, why does your belief system get to decide what justice is? No, my thought process is that the victims get to decide what justice is. That's what I think. If they want the death sentence, they should get it. They should get a death sentence on someone. If their family gets murdered by
you believe the family say so in that, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's my thoughts on that.
I do as well.
You know, some people don't want to, they just like let them rot in jail, and that would be their form. But imagine if you were in a situation where you're a father, your daughter's dead, and now every single time you have people writing with books about this guy, you get to see the man who murdered your child's face every single day, and you can't get to him. He's protected. The state is protecting him. And you get to watch this guy grow old, as your daughter did not grow old. You get to see this guy enjoy a meal, go to sleep, maybe have some friendships in jail. Who knows? Get some pen pal people outside.
Well, see, the thing is, he's got women writing him. He's got women who adore him. He's women that want to fucking marry him. He's people sending him money. He's got motherfuckers wanting to write books while his daughter lays in a grave 6 feet under. Never gonna go to a dance. Never gonna be married. Never gonna have grandbabies. You know what I'm saying? Life is for her.
I mean, you get to see the murderer the person who murdered your child's face for the next 20, 30 years. You think, and then you get people, not only that, no, that's not bad enough. You got idiots on YouTube that idolize him and think he's innocent and attack you because you think it's this person's guilty. And I would be furious. I'd sit there very angrily. I would not be like, and then the worst part about it, instead of the state at least trying to have some sort of counseling for this guy, to have a conversation, try to include him, maybe take his stuff into consideration, they said, nope, we don't care. We don't care about what you think. We're just going to go about with it because we think this is justice. We don't care about your form of justice. We just think this is justice. And him going to jail, yeah, that's good enough. That's where he's facing. Now, the thing is, emotions are not logic. Justice seeks to make things logical and all this stuff. But the truth of the matter is, people are not logical. They're run by emotions. And it might be logical to you, to me, and be like, yeah, he goes to jail. I mean, he probably wasn't going to get the death sentence. And it probably would, even if he did, he's going to live there for the next 20 years in appeals and all this stuff and drag it out. But the emotional thing for them is different. And you got to think about it that way. So I try to be.
And I also, I'm sorry, Lisa. I thought what Rowena said last night was pretty poignant too, in that there's a very good chance, okay, say he goes through and he gets the death penalty. There's a very good chance that, and I'm just going to use Steve, but all of the parents aren't going to live long enough to see that anyway. So now their children have a new mission, which is bestowed on them. It may not be the mission that they want. Maybe they want to carry on with their lives. I'm not saying that they do or they don't. I'm just, it's been bestowed on them. And so the death penalty was somewhat useless anyway.
But look at Wade Wilson. Look at look at that guy. Is that a great punishment? Him, you know what I mean?
Oh, let me state very, very clearly that I am for the death penalty and that I think this guy is a perfect candidate for it. I'm sorry that the families feel that I have a lot of empathy for them. I really, truly do. But also, as far as taking a chance on this one, there was a lot up in the air that I'm glad they don't have to worry about. So I just wanted to clarify that so I wasn't being confusing.
Oh yeah, I got you. I mean, it's just, it's a very personal thing for these people. I can't imagine being in a situation where the person who murdered my daughter or murdered a family member is idolized by internet weirdos and actually gets money and probably is going to get, commissary and gets to breathe another day. And I would be very furious. And then not only that, the prosecution just doesn't communicate with you and doesn't treat you as you are a victim. And a lot of times I think the system is more worried about the rights of the criminal, of the killer, than the actual victim and the victim's family. And it just, in the end of the day, I understand. And, you might say, well, he does, he's angry. It's like, yeah, it's not logical. Yeah, because it's emotional. You're never going to be hope.
That psycho left it until the last, what a bastard. And you know what, Tilly, I don't know if he had the option or if the state did that as well and said, here's the plea deal and you know you have until today or whatever to sign, or gave them a time limit. Maybe they gave them a week ago and said, here's what we have. You have a time limit. And then when he said, yes, he'll sign it. Maybe that's when it was put out in the news. I don't know I don't know how long in advance he had it.
So I have a question for you guys. If y'all don't think that he's done this before, do y'all think that if he would have not been caught after doing this, he would have done it again by now?
Yeah, I think he would prioritize women. I think the man was a mistake. I think he was going to focus on women. I think he was probably going to wait a couple of years, just like BTK, and do it again and do it better this time and then make no mistakes.
That also kind of fascinates me on your answers though, because most serial killers start in their 20s, their mid to late 20s. So
well, maybe he's a late bloomer.
Well, he was delayed in life too, and then he lost all that weight and became, was feeling himself a little more. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
I do too, Jay.
Delayed, normal college kids, and you know what I mean, things like that. Plus, he was in a college, so I believe he reverted back to his college days as well. Anna times 3, remember for 6 months says hello everyone. I don't know. I mean, with him being in, I feel like he held being in college with the college kids. I feel like he held a college mentality too. You know what I mean?
I don't think he's done it before because he wasn't smart enough with this one to get away with it. So
No.
what makes you think he's smart enough to get away with one before this? That's what I don't understand.
If we take the characters out and just go off the facts, why is it the judicial system? Okay, why is the judicial system making decisions? I thought a group of his peers were to decide. A group of his peers are to decide when you go to trial.
Yeah.
Tilly dropped 10 memberships on us. Thank you. Appreciate that. She says, if we take the characters out and just go off the facts, why is the judicial system making decisions? Because that's what they do. That's why we have court.
Because he has rights.
Yeah, he has rights, and that's the whole reason we have court to begin with, you know, a judicial system to begin with. Thought a group of his peers were to decide. Yes, a group of his peers are to decide if he goes to a jury trial or goes in front of a grand jury. Then you have a of your peers.
You know, and something else I don't think people realize is Brian knows that his goose is so absolutely cooked that he knows he did this to the degree. There is so much damning, overwhelming evidence. He is willing to sign a plea deal that says he can never, ever appeal this plea.
All right.
That says a lot. He know, y'all. He's playing. Yeah, he played games this whole time.
And Jay's tradition says they don't call someone in to testify to a grand jury to rule out. Yeah, no, they don't call anybody in to rule out.
Tim, do you think he's done it before?
What? Say that again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking B Tim if he thought that Brian Koberger has done this before.
No, I think this was his first murder because you can clearly see he made a lot of mistakes.
That's what I thought too.
First off, he got too nervous. He left the part of the knife sheath.
The knife sheath.
He also came back to the scene because I think he came back because he thought maybe like he could get it. He might have lost it there. He maybe thought he can go in there immediately and get it back. I don't know why, he came back, but he made a lot of mistakes. He thought he could put his phone on a VPN or something. Thought that would help. I think he just made a lot of. Yeah, I think this was his first, and I think he had a very, very bad issues with women. I think he had a lot of anger towards women. I think it was very personal with the knife, and I think he was going to mirror a lot of the aspects of BTK by going after women of that age group. The women that rejected him basically was what I think has fueled him. And I think like he would have a hard time getting into relationships. He would have a hard time interacting, and and he got angry and he did this. As simple as that. And he thought this would actually make him be cooler or something. I don't know, but yeah, I don't think this is first at all.
Cheesy's.
I mean, I think it's his first. Wait, my apologies. I think it's his first. Sorry.
Okay. I do as well. But I'm actually reading some comments that have me like. I think they're valid points. I don't necessarily agree with them, but I think they're interesting points. Cheesy was making one of them. Jay was making another. And, Cheesy, are you there?
Hi. Can you hear me?
No, you're going to have to log on.
Oh, shit.
Stop.
You go ahead and talk. We'll mute.
One real quick point. I think he has done this before, maybe at a smaller scale. I think that this was just way more than he could handle, and that's why he got caught. And eventually, we know about serial killers that they eventually do want to get caught, or so they say. So I think he went big or go home, and I think this was his ultimate thing, and it was either get away with it or get caught. And I really think that excuse me, had something to do with him going big or go home. Honestly, that's what I was thinking. All right, I'm gonna leave. Thanks anyways. Bye everybody.
Cheesy, whoop, I actually tend to agree with you, but only because of my own experience with a serial killer, Robert Brashers, and knowing that he started out with one person and made attempts and even went to prison for attempts on other people. But then in the end, he upped, like it got worse and worse every time his crime did. And he was taking, he killed two people at a time. So I agree with you on that. I don't think someone starts out like this. You know what I mean? Um, this is, this was a big risk for him to go into a house with this many people. You know what I mean? He knew that risk, and he was willing to take it
Well, this
still.
is the thing, okay? You don't listen. Let's use our regular thinking caps here. There's a dog, okay? So obviously he knows the layout of the house. Obviously he's either looked it up, he's either been in there, he's been to the parties in there. One way or another, he knows the layout of that house. He knew how to get in, how to get out. He knew the doors to use, what doors, where the stairs were at, where the rooms were at, whose room was whose. He knew there was a dog there. He obviously knew it wasn't like a pit bull. He knew he wasn't going to get attacked. He knew it wasn't like an attack dog. So obviously he knew what kind of dog they had and had been watching them and knew that Murphy was not going to, or Murray or Murphy or whatever the dog's name was not going to attack him with him just walking in. Obviously he lives in a college dorm, where there's a lot of people in and out, in and out, in and out. So there's things that he knew ahead of time that he'd researched prior to walking in that house. Here, let me show you this little spot where they said that the drop of blood they found on his on that little sheath. It's right on the button. Let me show you where she was showing on the news today. I think he tried to be very prepared, and I don't think he prepared just good enough. You know what I mean?
I think the one thing he absolutely did not account for was Kaylee being in bed with Maddie. And I think by her waking up and making noise, because it wasn't just Maddie in that bed, and he had to fight with her. And we know that he had to fight with her because we know what Steve said about the damage done to Kaylee's face, her nose. And I think that because he had to fight with her, because there was more than one person there unexpectedly, I think that it disrupted the house. And I don't think that, I think that he he upped his risk level in going into this particular home, but I don't think this is the first time he's done it. And I think that Kaylee being there is what threw his entire mojo off during this crime, because her being there, he got frustrated, had to fight her, and forgot the knife sheath, and knew that people were awake because of the commotion. And that's, Xana, he ran into her on the way out, chased her back to the room, and, ended their lives. And then he left. I think he knew he was out
This
of
happened
time.
really fast. It was a split-second decision. In my mind, I don't think he went in intentions to go after Xana and Ethan. I think it was a split-second decision because she was up from the DoorDash stuff.
Maybe, yeah. But I think
why
she
not go to
went.
Devin's room? Why, you know what I'm saying? Why not go after the other kids? If he wanted to get everybody in the house, he very well could have.
Yeah.
He easily could have
Yep.
walked in her room and, you know what I'm saying, got her right along with everybody else.
No, I don't think he intended to kill 4 people at all. But I do think that he's done this before, and I think that Kaylee being in bed with Maddie threw everything off. But I do think that he upped his risk level going into this house from what he's done before, maybe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
like
definitely think it was
more
planned
people
out
and
for
stuff.
sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
This image, this is the sheath where the blood spot was at. Right where she's pointing is where they found the blood. That's where the spot of blood was, right there. Spot right here where where they found it at.
Jay mentioned something interesting. She said that, oh, I have to go find the comment because I want to make sure I get it right. Something about DNA. There wasn't DNA found anywhere else, but in reality, I don't think we know how much evidence they have or how much DNA was found perhaps elsewhere until the trial. I would assume that there was going to be boatloads of evidence, far more evidence than we know about. That's why I still stand by the, thunder. That's why I still stand by the, I think there was a lot more evidence there. They just haven't released it yet. He sat in a chair in Xana's room and left a bloody butt print. Oh.
Here is one question I have in my mind, though, Queen, and I'll ask your opinion on this. If he was wearing a ski mask during this entire, or a baklava, the entire time, why did he feel the need to chase Xana down and end her if she didn't see his face?
I don't think it was about his face.
I don't either.
No, that had anything to do with anything.
Do you think he was just like
And
maybe
they said he
feeling the rush of it all? Well, so that kind of leads me back to then, did he really go there to take that many lives? You know what I'm saying? Because if he had his mask on and everything, I mean, I'm sure Xana ran from him back to the bedroom, right? If she seen him. Like, if not, he had to have just went in there to go after him.
Well, Jay just wrote that, and that was exactly what I was thinking, was she could have run out and asked for help.
Oh, yep, that's true. That's true. And it would have, yep.
It would have ended
Good point,
much
Jay.
faster.
Yeah,
I
it would have
mean,
ended much faster. Good point, Jay.
No offense, but sometimes people don't think logically when they're like, you ever see those movies, those horror movies where they just run upstairs instead of running right to the door?
Right.
You know what I mean? Sometimes people don't think logically. They don't think, oh, I got to go up to the door. They go to the one place they think is safe, which is deeper into the house. So you never know. I mean,
what do you mean Xana went upstairs? What do you mean by when did she go upstairs? What's happened? Or am I misunderstanding what you mean, like upstairs? What do you mean? Went up to the girls' bedroom or up the stairs after getting her food? He said, "Don't worry, I'm going to help you," so she would quiet down. Yeah, because she was screaming. Xana heard the commotion and ran upstairs. And then he went, grabbed her and went downstairs and murdered her.
Xana went to Maddie's room? Really? I didn't know that.
That's the first I've ever heard of that.
Oh, wow.
Brian chased her down. Yes, yeah. Okay, so I thought she was getting her food and was going back to the kitchen. And so I thought he was, coming down to leave, and she was coming from the kitchen from like she'd already gotten her food, ate, was taking her food back to the kitchen, heard the commotion. And you know what I'm saying? It was leaked on Dateline. Is that so? Damn, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, but I thought it meant like Brian chased her down, like you could chase someone down chasing them in a flat field. You know what I mean? That's what I thought.
Dayline stated in their theory, it's possible that Xana was going up to check things out, and he saw her and chased her, hence leaving the sheath.
Okay, I misunderstood it.
Which very well could have been. No, she ran down and fought. Yeah, I would say if could have been her. You know what I'm saying? For him to, they showed do you have the link so we can show it? So we can. Did you watch it, Regina? No. Do you have the link? Come up and drop in the back chat or sit over on
I've watched it. I guess I misunderstood it. I thought it said they met on the stairs. Like that she had started to go up the stairs and he chased her down. But I took it like that she had like ran into Brian like right there in front of
I thought it was like by
Dylan's
her
door or something.
bedroom.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, by Dylan Mortenson's bedroom. That's how I understood it. I guess I'm confused.
Interesting. Actually, Petty has a great question too. Is it fact or theory? Petty said, I thought it was theory, not fact. I need to watch that Dateline again.
By the way, just changing subject, did you all see the Daybell interview? I saw a little bit of it. Holy crap. That lady's batshit
Yeah, I was
crazy.
gonna say I saw a clip of it, but she was going off per usual. This is what pops up here. Idaho student murder suspect Brian Kober could face the death penalty if convicted. This is 48 hours. Dayline NBC a month ago. The terrible night on King Road. Shocking twist. Official Prime video, one night in Idaho, the college murders. This is actually what's going to be coming on. But here we go. NBC's Dateline obtains new footage, details an Idaho case. That's on the Today Show. We're looking for a Dayline NBC, right? Is that what you said, Dayline? This is from a month ago. How old was it?
Xana came upstairs from the kitchen. That's okay. It's funny. I'm reading chat and there's like conflicting. Dateline, Jay said. Was in the doorway, not Ethan.
Oh.
I'm genuinely asking because I don't know.
NBC's Dateline reveals new evidence in the University of Idaho case. Let's go see what this says here.
Hours of November 13th, 2022. 4 University of Idaho. In this house, just steps from campus. In the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, 4 University of Idaho students were stabbed to death. Their accused killer, Brian Koberger, faces trial this summer. He's pleaded not guilty. For the last 2.5 years, Dateline has been on the ground, reporting, gathering, and learning from people with direct knowledge of the case. We've obtained things that have never before been seen publicly, like these security videos from a camera on a house near the murder scene, videos that show a white sedan, a car that investigators believe was driven by Brian Koberger, making repeated passes at the King Road house that night before the murders. In this house, just steps from campus, in the early morning hours of November 3rd.
Okay, I've seen this episode, so unless like I just got distracted and missed part of it,
What up, James?
I don't
Hey,
remember
girl.
a reenactment.
I just Googled it too, which I
I
never
have
did.
I'm sorry, my house is loud. I just dropped the link for you. That's all I came up for.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Sorry about that.
I appreciate you dropping it. Thank you.
Yeah, that should work.
No, you're okay.
Okay. All right.
Shit, my
thanks,
house
guys.
is the same way. Thank you. Bye.
Hey, Queen.
Okay, let's see here. Yeah, baby.
I just Googled it just
Yeah.
to see what Google said because I didn't, I
Can you
just
hear me?
wanted. Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can now. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. It says reports indicate that Xana Kernodle was awake and potentially confronted the killer in the hallway while she was on the second floor of the house where the murders took place alongside her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, and surviving roommate, Dylan Mortensen. She did not go upstairs to the third floor where Brian Koberger is believed to initially started this. So I am so confused. I really want to see this because they may.
Yeah, because that says did not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It says
see,
did
that's what
not
I've
go
always
upstairs,
thought.
right?
There's more than one Dateline, right?
Oh,
Because
she
I
said
don't
wrong
remember seeing
episode.
one
Okay.
with the reenactment.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember that part, but fuck, there's so much stuff that, you know what I mean? We miss so much stuff. Sometimes I'll hear shit when I go back and listen to something 2 or 3 times, you know?
Yeah. Interesting, nevertheless.
Wow, people have a lot of knowledge about this, and definitely I'm learning a lot here. I appreciate like everyone educating me on this one. I really do. And by the way, I don't think Google's right either. So I was looking for just a bounce off point.
You know, someone in chat said something which is interesting because I've always thought that too. I think that Xana did encounter him like right there in the hallway, headed like towards or right there in front of or like near Dylan's bedroom door. And I've always wondered and thought if that wasn't Xana running away from Brian saying there's someone in the house. You know, and that's like she was running back to Ethan, you know what I'm saying? Saying there's someone in the
Yes.
house. Yeah, that's what I've always like had that thought, you know. So I find that interesting, whoever said that, because I've had that thought too. That's interesting.
And to be honest, I would probably run to where my boyfriend was as well. Oh, Jay put another. Okay. I'm gonna copy.
Did I lose you guys?
No, we're here. We're listening.
We're here, we're paying attention.
Well, we'll just switch on and keep it moving here. What did you guys think about Cam and Allie?
Holy shit.
Oh my
Yeah, that was
God.
pretty rough, wasn't it? That
Yeah.
was
It was
pretty fucking
Yeah.
rough. Way different than what we're used to seeing, huh? Way
Yeah.
different.
That was I had hoped they were doing better.
I
Oh,
don't even
Evidently,
I don't watch their channel or know anything about them, but I seen the video that got reviewed on Granny's earlier, and those people are not well. Like they got some
Well, if you look right
serious
here, check this
problems.
out. If you look at this, what I just shared, where it pops up, look at this. You can see the difference right here. Look at this. This right here is, it says cracking cases, the rise and fall. Did Beach Creek start all this? Look at them right there at the top. This is from a year ago. They don't look nothing like this anymore.
Age 20, 30 years in one. That's crazy.
Yeah. This cracking case is still lazy and lying after all these years. This is 10 months ago. This is Common Sense True Crime, which I don't know who that is, but whoever it is obviously has old pictures of them.
And it's Holly. Just wanted to come on here. Hi, everyone. It's Holly. Just wanted to come on here and clear something up and spread the truth.
Okay, so this says here, for those of y'all who don't know, Cam and Allie are content creators. They are YouTubers. They covered Summer Wells case. So they were highly involved. They went searching They hung out with Don and Candace. They spent time up on the hill. They were friends with Don and Candace. Obviously, I think now there's more than, you know what I mean? They were friends, obviously, for other than just the summer, just searching for summer wells, in my opinion. But that's here nor there. Yeah, from my understanding, they've abused their child, and they have their children were taken. It says Cam and Allie from cracking cases were indicted by the grand jury a week ago on felony child abuse charges. The children were removed from their home and taken to, I believe, a family member's where they've stayed since. You will hear Cam still speaking on them living with another family member and how disappointed he is in this. Flutter, and when I say and this is what pisses me off. I'm a damn good mother. My girls are spoiled. They are very well taken care of. So when somebody calls me a fucking child abuser, that shit pisses me right the fuck off, especially when they know, and I know, and everyone on here knows it's not true. Because then you have shit like this that happens. It's true, and it's horrible. It's sad to watch as well. They did not have their charges dropped like they claim they did. They pled no contest, which means there's enough evidence to show their guilt without admitting guilt. They received 2 years of probation. From my understanding, they're dropped dirty for drugs. And not like an infant, but they're Cam and Allie know better. They know damn well what they're doing.
They messaged me for money, and I don't know.
They messaged you asking for money?
Yeah, on TikTok. Oh I've never
God.
met them. I've never talked to them. I don't know anything about them. Just a random message on TikTok asking for money.
That's nuts.
I don't watch. That's not true. I did watch their channel, I think once or twice back in the Summer Wells days, but yeah, so I'm assuming that let me look, Jay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you when it was. It was a while. It was within the last year. Let's see. Inbox.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. Once we watch this and put this other one on, it looks very familiar to what we've been discussing. The boyfriend and girlfriend we've been reviewing and been calling out this last couple months. This story is eerily similar to theirs.
October 25th, 2024 at 1:28 a.m.
Wow. Oh.
It sure seems that way.
What was that, Queen?
They said, hey, can we borrow money?
Hey, we need your help. We need to do something soon. Please don't hate us for the half-truths and things that people have made up about us in the past year. We really need your help.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
And you weren't friends with them? You didn't talk to
I've never talked to. No way. Nope.
And if they're messaging you like that, imagine how many other people they message like that never had fucked with them ever. You know what I mean?
That's
like
exactly what I was thinking.
Weird.
Yep. Just I wonder how many got the same message, because it's not addressed or anything. It's just
my mind is blown. Just how could you go online and ask a stranger to just give you money and look past what was it, all the stuff of the past year?
So it hasn't even been a year. October of
They were
last year.
searching on foot. The people were throwing money at them left and right. They didn't have to ask for shit. People were throwing them Benny money. I mean, fuck, they were throwing money left and right. It was ridiculous. You should have seen this shit. They didn't have to ask for anything.
Didn't some lady give them like $10,000 or
Yeah,
$8,000
she
or
sure
something?
did.
Oh,
Yep.
bless her.
Yep, she sure did. And then they called back and told her they needed more. That they needed more. That they had some kind of I don't even remember what the hell the story was. Maybe they were. I want to say maybe they were saying they had an attorney and they did, or they were getting one. I'm not even sure how the hell it went down. Something like that, though. Hold on, I called this back in 2022 and Chasing attacked me. I know that Chasing has been friends with these guys for a really long time, and they were on the straight and narrow for a while, from what we could tell. But they were also doing things behind the scenes that everybody knew and nobody wanted to say.
Please don't quote me on the 10 grand. I know that there was a large sum of money. I don't know what it was.
It might be more than that, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that there was a large sum of money that was given to them.
Well, 10 grand would explain why they look that way. I'm just saying.
Respect one another.
Guys, wanted to do a quick update with you guys. So, as I told you before, all this stuff that me and Allie were charged with, not come to pass. We were not guilty. We were not convicted, and will actually be dismissed after a certain period of time. So, all the years and the people and thinking they knew so much about our situation, they were wrong.
Oh, they were not wrong. Sorry. I was trying to get my joint rolled. They were wrong. Oh, no. They definitely were not wrong. Not at all. Not even in a little bit. Find out it actually came forward that Cam and Allie's son dropped dirty for drugs. And they are a child. That's where I believe the abuse came into play, because their child had drugs in their system, and that's not okay at all. So with that said, we will pop this up. This is a recent live that they've done. They did, says, let's chat about things that matter. 2, no sound. Probs, let's chat. They've been doing them like the last 3 days. They've done 4 in like 2 days. Obviously, you can tell what's.
Because they have the 3 court dates coming up, so they're trying to.
Yeah. So he says, hey, we're back. # we are back. You want real truth hurts 2 days ago. So
let's get cracking.
This is the he's missing his teeth again. He just got them fixed and shit. What the hell happened?
Oh, no way.
Look at his mouth. You can tell he ain't got his teeth in.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Just a second. Bear with me.
You can tell just by looking.
Thanks, guys. Thank you for the compliments. Let me get this volume going. We're going to get into that.
God, he looks terrible. What's
Is
going
that a
on with
fake
this
background?
eye?
That's what I was going to ask. Is that a fake background?
Yeah, you can tell it's a fake ass background. It's there. It's like
Yeah.
a green. It's not all the green screen. What's going on with his eye? I wonder. So, anyways, right before they go real bad, he actually came on a live stream and he was like, "Guys, I burned my hand. Guys, I need help. I burned my hand." And he's like, what did he say? Beat him to doing spraying, or what did he say? Doing a job for his aunt, spraying something.
Yeah, it looked like it was a hole in his hand, basically.
Yeah. It looked like he had like blown a fucking hole right in his hand. It was so nasty. It was terrible. I mean, it was, oh my God, it was so infected. So disgusting. Fuck, it was awful.
Okay, just morbid curiosity. Would you say he blew a hole in his hand? Like, do you mean like a crater, or do you
Chemical
mean like a
burn.
bullet? Oh,
No, I
okay.
mean like a chemical burn. Like it was like a blue, whatever it was, it blew a fucking hole like into like his like the palm of your hand where your thumb is connected to like that little, you know what I mean, like the little round piece, and that was that part right there on the palm of his hand. Like there was like an actual fucking hole in it.
Oh my goodness, that's
Where the
crazy.
flesh had been burned. Yes, his hand had been burned. It was deep, a wound, it was terrible. It was, oh my God, you know how painful that shit had to be so fucking painful. Oh my God. Like I can't even think of it. And what is this with his eye closing like this? I don't understand what's going on here. I'm guessing this was probably a dud live stream here. I've always been good people. I liked them. I had any issues with them. This kind of stuff though is not gonna fly. You know what I mean? He knows that.
Very happy with what we're getting ready to start rolling out here soon. Any questions? Long time no see. Like to speak to me also.
Yeah, I would say
I
probably
will
get it done.
drop a
That's what
couple
I say. What,
links in
baby?
here. And would like to come up, please do. Fill me in on the news, guys. Tell me what's going on. Ask us some questions and we will tell you no lie.
So he's
They're
still
gonna let me
living in
hang
the
in
house with the
that.
kids, though, right?
Wow. But we're better than that. Since when? Four years from the sober train. Summer? Oh yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Summer will be missing now. Going on 4 years. We answered has been missing. No. That let me see if I can find this little something here. I've got it. Well, I'll go down there and when I get done.
Are they in a hotel
Let me
room?
turn this on a minute. while I find this video, and
Yep. Yep. Sure the fuck looks
Okay,
like it.
because
Where's
I
that
could have
at?
sworn that was the ring of a hotel room phone. I managed hotels for years, and that sounds just, you never forget it.
Yeah, that's definitely a hotel they're staying in. I don't know if they've been staying in a hotel. I really don't know. I didn't hear what he said, to be honest with you. Let me go check this other one, because there's one where it's just Allie sitting there talking. Let me go find it. Well, he's gained weight, which, you know, they were on medication. So I don't know if I think it's them, but it could be Suboxone. But it seems eerily similar to the couple we've been calling out lately.
Mama, do you have a Band-Aid?
Can you hear me now? Yes. Can you hear me, guys? Let's do a good one this time. Ready? Here we go.
Well, what the hell is this? Just blank screen here? Or what the hell happened? Because he's on here, and then he's gone. It must freeze like right here or something. Because it's blank all the way through. So
damn.
I don't know what the fuck. What in the fuck are they doing? Why would he not take that off or private that? Delete that? You know what I mean? All right.
Who
Here we
even
go
knows
with
if
the
he
Cobra.
knows what's going on?
Right. All right. Here we go with the Coburger one that he's doing here.
okay, and this is the one that we are on. So I don't think anybody's in the live right now. Well, at least if they are, they're not chatting right now. That's okay, because we got a lot to talk about. And I'm going to tell you something that put this show comments on stage. Hopefully we'll get a few people in here that want to was that another StreamYard money hungry thing? Yeah. We're not doing that. So I guess nobody's going to chat right now or what? So we're going to talk about the Idaho 4. Something that's bothering me, okay? one. Either Coburger is one of the dumbest pre-med school students on the face of the earth. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, not pre-med, criminal justice. Yeah. Or
Now, see,
something's not
this
making
reminds
sense
me
to
of
me.
what goes on over there. We just don't see it because the camera's off most of the time. You know what I mean?
Damn.
Why go through all of this time in school if you were just going to mess up in college? Makes to me. Now, something that has been striking me as odd is he could have possibly had something to do with it. But if he did have something to do with it, why not throw these people under the bus? I don't get that. If there's more involved, why not throw them under the bus? I don't know. Does he think he's that slick that he can get out of it? Does, I listen to a lot of Harsh. I listen to a lot of different channels. And Harsh, I agree with you on a lot of things.
Dude, what's with the
Fuck,
Mr.
it's hard to
Microphone?
understand what he's saying.
I know.
God dang, man. And do we have it? Hold on. Okay, this is normal. Okay.
I do not believe that it takes Dylan DM and freaking Bethany to call law enforcement. 8 hours.
Wait. Why? Wait. Who was streaming them? It says, why is anyone streaming them? Vultures. Who was streaming them?
No idea. I just saw this on Granny's this morning and I'm still shook.
I wonder who was streaming them. And yeah, this is way more than tech issues. Yeah, he's he said himself they were on methadone, they were on MAT medication. So from my understanding, they were trying to get their lives together, and I thought that was great. Don't get me wrong, you do gain a lot of weight when you take methadone, from my understanding. Maybe that's what's going on. But why does Allie look like Kimbo Slice to me in her outfit? She looks like Kimbo Slice Jr.
Oh. I was driving.
You see
when
her
this was
outfit and
on.
how she's dressed with her hair?
I do now.
She looks like Kimbo Slice Jr. right here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She was
I don't
so
know. Like
cute.
I said, I've always liked Cam and Allie, and I think MAT medication's great for people. I firmly believe in it. You know what I mean? It's a great thing. It helps keep people from, doing hardcore drugs and killing themselves, especially with fentanyl and everything now. You know what I mean? It saves lives, and so I'm all for it. But when it's abused or misused, or taken in high doses, or
that was my question. Don't they regulate it? I'm ignorant to this.
do.
So when you see someone like
if you're
this,
still going to the clinic every day, if you're still going to the clinic every day, like they obviously were dropping dirty, because they usually only do take homes when you have passed drug tests for a month. So it's hard for a lot of people to get take homes.
Is there a shot of her face? Everyone's saying she looks old, and I was driving when this came in.
So. Just wait. It pops up. She hold on.
Let's try to catch up here. Okay, yeah. So you want to go ahead and just add in on Coburger?
children anymore.
You can if you want.
Eventually, we'll be able to explain everything that has happened in the last couple of years with their kids and everything. But things are a whole lot better right now, and some things have been brought to light. Maybe if people would listen to us. But anyway, so everything's going good now. Kim and I are getting his mom and stepdad, and we're all working together for the kids, and everything is going great. So
Thank you.
well, thank you.
Yeah, we're glad to see everybody here. And you know what? I'm not here to impress anybody. We're here to just talk about what we were talking about with the drip drop. You know, he said there was no Asian woman.
Yeah, so I really have gotten into him with the Idaho court case. And so I was watching a lot of his videos and stuff. And one day me and Cam actually made it for a live, and Cam was sitting there and he brought up in the chat something about the Asian woman. And yeah, Rick Rock got off. He was like, we do not spread misinformation over here. We don't, there is no Asian woman.
Do y'all hear this shit?
Drip drop is against misinformation when? I think Drip Drop's been for misinformation. That's been his business model.
Right.
His last video 4 months ago was like, Brian Koberger's innocent and her attorney's a saint. She's a genius. It's like, okay, sir.
Whoa.
Apparently, he was right.
Yeah, because that's Dateline after they released things that he put up her cameras, but this came out way before.
Well, it came out from a neighbor, because a neighbor had said
The neighbor that invited Koberger to a party.
Yeah, he had said he had seen him with an Asian lady friend who would come over to his apartment.
So tell me why
Also, Susie keeps saying,
tell me why Steve Gonsalves is not questioning anything anymore and just going with the mainstream narrative.
You mean?
And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Koberger is completely innocent.
yeah, because a lot of things nowadays, a lot of stuff that looks pretty incriminating. But until we all know everything.
It was nice that Nisa, you were just trashing Kansas City, loaded and on drugs.
Queen, are there closed captions?
You want to hear about
any
my
chance?
health problems?
Talk about
Is there an option for what?
Closed caption.
Yeah. Is it hard to hear them? Is it hard to understand them for you guys too? I thought it was just me. I was like, fuck him.
No, I'm literally, my nose is like up against my computer screen and I'm trying.
Yeah,
and
I'm
then
like
I just
doing the same shit here.
I could
And
tell
I just
you-
thought it was me being hard of hearing.
I could tell you what they were saying. They basically were saying that, you know, basically they're going against, like, they don't believe in the mainstream narrative, that they think that he's not innocent, but there's more to it. And that's pretty much it. That's what I heard.
Thanks,
All right.
Tim.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Let's see. This will work.
It's not floating, it's swelling. Thank you.
You got it.
So right now he's got a lot of stuff going on. He's got a couple of lesions on his liver.
He's got a couple of lesions on his liver.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
They're going to talk about buying an RV for what? They ain't got no fucking money. They can't even buy a goddamn bed for. I'm getting bent out of shape over this. Ain't my life. I don't
That
understand.
he has to get taken care of. And he also has a cyst in his pancreas, and he also has gallstones, and he's got a lot of stuff going on, and that's what's contributing to the swelling that he's got right now. And so if y'all could just pray for me. He's got a lot of things coming up here in the next like few weeks, and possibly surgery coming up pretty soon. So if y'all could just please pray for him.
Yeah, I know it's not people's. I don't owe them this info, but I would like to ask for prayer because I'm scared for my health. I'm swelling all over, and I'm working a job that's really hard, and yeah.
What's he doing? What's his job? Sounds like BJ. Yeah, they just need prayers.
He works at, okay, I'm going to try and say this and not laugh. He works at a high-end restaurant.
What the fuck? I thought he
Yeah.
just said it was a hard job.
Yeah, it was a high-end restaurant, he said.
What is this whole mouth hand thing he's doing and her constantly undoing and doing her rat tails? Like her rat tail ponytails? Y'all notice that, right? Like it's weird. Just me? Okay.
Let's see. I'll probably pay attention to it now.
So I just pray that this can get fixed as soon as possible. Anyway, so I tried to go today because I kept having some mistakes every time I kept trying to go. Let me make some more mods here.
You can't. Okay, I'm gonna make more mods. What did he say? More mods.
Okay. Where is he? How come I can't?
Fuck! I don't dare fast forward. I really ain't gonna understand them.
You can really tell like with certain foods. If you go to certain like restaurants and stuff, when you eat there, you can just tell their stuff is full of MSG and kinds of stuff. Just feel good.
What? The kind of stuff.
I need to figure out how to make people.
Okay.
Where is she?
Where's who?
That's I am so lost.
Yeah, what the hell? Where's who? I'm trying to stick with him, but it's not working here.
You can really tell like with certain foods. If you go to certain like restaurants and stuff and you eat there, you can just tell that their stuff is full of MSG and stuff, and it just feel good.
I need to figure out how to make people.
Lord. What the hell?
Yeah, but how do I do it? Yeah. Here's the media assets. I wanted to show them something. Listen to this for a minute while I go find this video for you. Okay?
They did not make a fucking rap.
I'm headed to the bottom of the bottle. I've been drowning. I've been floating.
I'm heading to the bottom of the bottle. I've been drowning. Oh my. Alrighty then. Here we go. Well.
Been away. Every hour that I got in bed, I probably went away. I ain't liking it, babe. Talk, smoking my haze. I've been stuck in my ways. I've been stuck here for days. I've been staring at the clock as the radio plays.
No.
I've been slayed. Speech.
No.
Oh, we're back.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my God.
Yeah, now that they've got it open, holy shit, dude.
Okay, we can just play it to the second speaker.
No, buddy, we do not want to hear that again. No, I'll be honest. I'll be the one to tell you we don't want to hear it again, bud.
No, she's so young. Truck you like 30s.
Microphone access. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
This, like I said, this right here reminds me of Beach. And
we're gonna have to work on this a little while and get better.
Did you hear Craig say, "Are you awake?" to her the other night or last night? He said, "You awake?"
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he sure did. He asked her a couple times, 2 or 3 different times actually. But yeah, look how thin she looks, man.
Not just that, the deep wrinkles. She never had that. She was cute. I thought she was very cute. I really did. I thought she was very cute.
She don't even look anywhere near what it used to look like.
Mm-mm.
She's only how old and lost all the fullness to her face?
She's in her mid-30s, I think.
Oh man, that's
I
sad.
believe so, yeah.
Oof. Mm-mm.
God damn, man.
The
But
eye,
you know what?
the microphone, they're all wigging me out.
Yeah, like I'm just sitting here staring back here. I think this is a fucking hotel because you got the microwave and shit back here, the curtains off to the side. It looks just like a hotel. I mean, it looks just fucking like one.
Well, look
back
at the top
here,
of the door.
Little refrigerator.
Look at the back of the door. You know how that you have that little sign in the back of the door?
I see
yeah.
it.
Yeah, so I do believe that this is a hotel. Straight, it's the bed and shit over there. Just
He took a little bit of extended break. Actually, I think this is the first time I've actually sat down.
No, there might only be 70 y'all in here, but 70 is the ones that we care about. You know, when it gets above that, you know the ones that are real and the ones that are not. If you've watched us,
God, that
you
sounds
know
familiar.
that me and Allie did not chill.
I could start over with
you
20.
feel like we didn't watch it. And just go away. Yeah. Is Prayer still have a channel?
Yes,
Boy, because that woman can lie like no other.
How old is she?
that is true.
I think she dropped 3 years at her last birthday. She's not wearing a leather shirt now. She's wearing schoolgirl plaid stuff. And I just can't wait to see that.
What?
What say? What'd she say to us that one day? He said, "Go there and sniff Kim's ass, your butt sniff." What's up, white boy? I hope you mean that, man.
Thank you.
Anyway, guys, appreciate y'all. Yeah, I know it hasn't been long, but we wanted to do 3 of them. Just get caught up, you know.
Yeah. The other technical difficulties and
Yeah.
yeah, I know.
Guess what?
Well, on either. It's like, so,
We just want to live out of this state. Because if we don't get away, we're going to make another mistake. We ain't going to leave. Because they hem us up inside the fucking camp. That's where we're going to live for the rest of our lives if we can. Get on an RV and get out. Go to the West Coast. Go to the East Coast. Go. I don't know where we're going, but we got to get out. That's all I'm
What the
saying.
fuck?
The only thing I can hear in my head is Rowena saying, "What?"
Let's see if I can.
This is
Be
real bad.
legitimate. Be straight. Intelligent. Let's not get up on the I can't do it tonight. Anyway, good night, guys. Love you. Salute you. This channel's gonna make a new way of doing things. It's gonna be more or less a
Cass said it had been killed since their first life, and that is insane. I thought, like, the other day on the 15th, you know, I don't know, that I still had a hard time with that. With the day Summer went missing, and I just went out.
Ma'am, I think you might have to be more concerned about your own life than Summer. You know what I mean? Like if your
Well, yeah,
kids
but
are gone,
where's her kid?
yeah.
Why is she worried about Summer when she's their kids?
Yeah, at a certain point you
She's worried
gotta.
about them. Where are they moving to?
Yeah, like at a certain point you gotta watch out for your own kids and your own situation. I mean, it's, you know what I mean? Like that you gotta solve your own problems. And if I was their friends, I would tell them to delete this motherfucking stream and get the hell off the internet and get clean or something, because this is not good. Or get some sort of help or rehabilitation, because this is not normal. This is bad.
Can't help. You can only help those that want to be helped.
I'm with B Tim. I think you should at least have some answers for yourself in your own life before you try going and figuring them out for everybody else.
Like I would not be going into true crime in this particular thing. Like, what are you going to input in the true crime sphere? Like, are you guys just talk about Summer Wells? Okay, well, I mean, I don't think you can at this point.
Well, remember, they don't see themselves the way that we're seeing them right now. They think they're looking fine and perfectly
This-
normal.
I can't even barely understand this man. He
I
starts singing to himself and moving his hands around. They're in a hotel. They got only 70 people on the live. And, you know, she doesn't have a nursing license. And I don't know if they're still on substances right now. It looks like it, but this is a disastrous situation. Your life is over when it comes to YouTube. Move on. Delete your channel. Move on. Do not do YouTube. Do not pass go. Do not collect the super chats or memberships. Go straight to the rehab facility, and try to rebuild, get jobs, and try to get your kids back, and get a stable home, and then try to get your kids back because living in hotels, you can't have kids living in hotels, and that's pretty much it. All you're doing is by jumping on YouTube. If you give these people money as super chats and stuff like that, you are not helping them. You are not helping them.
People told them they look good.
Yeah, this is not good. I mean, it looks better than his hand have melting through his. Like you could see a hole in his hand. I guess that's an improvement. But like, you can't give these people money. They're still addicts.
Clearly.
This is bad. This is like, you're really just enabling these people. Like, these people are in a hotel. Their kids are away. This guy's facing future drug charges. And this is horrible. I don't know.
I think he's in a world of trouble. Well, she has a charge as well. He's got a couple.
Yeah, it's like, your life is a mess. You need to get off YouTube. You know what the recurring theme of why your life is a mess? YouTube. You need to get a job. You need to get clean, and you need to get your home, and then you need to get your kids back, and you need to prioritize that. That's pretty much
I
it.
figured they would have got clean when shit hit the fan.
Do they need their kids back though? I mean,
No, they can't get their kids back now.
Well, no, what I'm saying is just, like, maybe their kids are in a better space.
Right now, probably so, because they're in a hotel and they're sounding like this is not good. This is bad, and this is like.
Well, I mean, if they had their kids, let's imagine this: if they had their kids, what would their kids be doing right now? Sitting on a bed, watching them nod the fuck off, half in and out, half coherent.
Yeah.
Thank God they don't have their kids.
A fucking room in a hotel.
Yeah, no
room.
kidding.
You know what I mean? Like, they're probably having a good time with their family members, whoever they're with, or whatever they're doing. I hope they're being well taken care of.
Well, Jay answered that. She said the kids are with his mom, and he complained about paying child support.
Oh, is that in here? Does he start bitching about it in here?
I don't know, but that's what Jay says.
All right, here we go. Let's watch this. Probably gets better.
If I spit it, I can rip it. If I put my tongue like a dyke, then maybe I can get it.
What? If I put my tongue like a, maybe I can get it? Cam.
Maybe I can bring it. When I spit it, she gets it. Straight up in her ear and down neck, and then she gets to where she can't even feel. Up here, down here, wherever you want to go.
What?
I'm ready to flow. I'm ready to get it. Matter of fact, I'm ready to get this hoe and go. Get something to eat.
No.
You always say you're hungry. Call me your hoe.
I told you my hoe because you used to be a. I'm not.
Yeah, he looks like he's half fucked up right here, and he says, "Yeah, you always tell me you're because you used to be. I'm not. I call you my hoe because you used to be. I'm not."
Just when you thought Canoe Lady was crazy, these people come along like this. Holy crap.
Well, she is crazy. She's nuttier than a fruitcake, but this is just
Nuttier than a fruitcake.
She is. She breaks into song in the middle of a sentence. I'm like, I can't.
I don't know, man. It's Cam and Allie they used to be such good, man. Like they probably are, to be honest with you. I just think they've lost their way. You know what I mean?
But didn't Kim
That's sad,
have a past before the YouTube stuff, or am I making that up?
Well, no, they did. Cam had been in trouble well before YouTube.
Okay.
As far as them talking about, their kids and not paying child support and stuff like that, I don't even think that should be on YouTube. I don't think their kids, I don't think they should be on here about their case custody stuff at all. I don't think that should be on here at all. You know what I mean? Like,
No, he's only smoking one cigarette. He's got a microphone in his hand and a cigarette. He's not smoking 2 cigarettes.
Yeah, no, he's just got the one cigarette in his right hand, the microphone in the left. Yeah.
Damn.
This is just so
I can't
sad,
say
though,
nothing
for
about
real.
No, if y'all want to know a secret about him that y'all never knew, he used to be a hoe back in the day.
She said, if y'all want to know a little secret about him, he used to be a hoe back in the day.
He's been with me for 14 years and he has been 100% faithful, so it's okay if he wants to be.
Oh, wow.
Ain't that right?
I think my wiener fell off like 3 years ago, though.
What the
What? I think my wiener fell off 3 years ago, though. Married man. He's been with her 14 years. Look out.
Thank God you can't see my face right now.
But why? I know I shouldn't ask, but why would you even say that? Why?
I'm sure she probably got it, the reference.
I'm joking.
He's there. I said I'm joking.
Oh, pitiful Allie. I know. Let me tell you, my life is. Let me tell you, I have a great husband and amazing kids. That's really all that matters. I don't need for any pity, thank you.
Well, and Allie was a good mama. She worked as a nurse. She went to, she would go to work. She would come home. He would be on the live stream. They would do dinner and stuff, and then they would get their kids in the car and go to Summer Wells and go search and shit like that. Somewhere along the lines, they fell off the wagon. Obviously, something went sideways. You know what I mean? I don't know what that was. I don't know what that would be. I don't know. All of a sudden, I knew that CPS had called them out, and she had gotten her ass reamed over it too. Because everybody was like, "What the fuck are you doing? Why would you say that? Why would you say that about them?" Fast forward 6 months later, and come to find out, CPS had gotten involved. One of the kids had dropped dirty for stuff. You know, it was all bad.
Were the kids young children?
Yeah, they still are. Yeah, they're like 8. I mean, I would say probably 8, 9, 10, somewhere in there. They're young, yeah.
So, speaking of the Wells, do you think that these people are going to do what the Wells did and give up their kids in order to evade charges, to get the child
No,
abuse
I
trial?
doubt it.
Well, no,
No?
you're still going to have the charges.
Well, didn't the Wells have charges though, or was it not? Was it different? I thought it was child abuse charges. I'm confused. They live in the same state, right? No.
What do you mean?
Well, the Wells have those child abuse charges, right? But because they
Well, what
signed their
will? What do you
kids over.
when you say? What do you mean a will? When you say a will, I'm thinking you're talking about somebody that died and left a will. What you mean a will?
No, the Wells.
Oh,
Dawn
the
and Candace.
Wells. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. What were so say that again? Then sorry about that.
Right. So Dawn and Candace Wells, right? They signed their children over, and in return, the state didn't have the charges against them anymore because they didn't have their kids, right? And they got rid of
I
those
don't.
charges. If
I
these
don't
people
know
are
how.
from the same state, are they going to do the same thing to get out of the child abuse
Well, I
charges? Is
don't
what
know
I'm
that you
thinking.
get out of child abuse. I don't think that that's a
Right.
thing.
I don't think that's how that works. No. They did end up signing the Wells ended up signing the boys over, yes. But I don't think it was to get them out of charges at all. I think if they had those charges and they were actually doing something to the kids or abusing them, I believe they would have went forth with those charges. But because they weren't, and is didn't obviously given up, I don't think they chose to go forward because I don't think they felt they were abused or the evidence didn't show that.
Okay,
Yeah, they're
I
not
must
innocent.
just be confused because I thought they had like they signed their children over to evade charges
No, that
of
wouldn't make
abuse.
sense because
No.
you'd still have to answer for the charges.
Right. Yeah, you don't just get it all. Yeah, no, they don't. You don't just get to
Huh.
sign your kids over and they say, "Oh, well, you abused did these horrific things because you signed them over." That you get to go by the wayside. No, hell no. No, hell no. You got to answer for those charges when you get charged with child abuse.
Okay, Jay. Thank you.
They're
I
not
must.
locals to the Wells. They're from West Virginia. But they were going to the Wells. They were going and helping them search and All right, here we go.
All the time. Alan, please, help. I don't know why people.
Oh, it's correct. Sorry.
I don't. Nasty. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
He's forgotten live etiquette. I apologize, guys.
Excuse me. Work at a very high-end restaurant now, where you can't
very high-end
order
restaurant.
food that's under $30 to $40. Yeah. Haters gonna hate. Lovers gonna. Haters gonna hate. Lovers gonna get in late. What are you gonna say if you can't do it right today? Well, have you seen my movie?
Yes, because you said you fell off. Jason said he fell right off.
Ask me about my winner.
What the fuck?
If there was anyone that
Yeah.
was friends with these people, they would have told them to shut the fucking live down. I'm serious. Like if you went on here and started saying, "Ask me about that," I'd be like, "Man, you're getting the fuck off." Like,
Shit, thank you. Yeah, I would hope you would fucking be like, yeah, shut this
because
shit
you're like,
down.
"Queen, shut this shit
down.
down, delete this shit, and hope to God no one recorded this shit." Because I'd be like, I would be like, you're taking the day off. You're taking multiple days off. We're
Yeah.
seeing what the
Oh
fuck's
yeah,
happening.
for sure.
Because this
High
is
end like
bad.
Cracker Barrel. Got a high end job.
Bro.
Oh, Music City Mom, you look, baby. You look. She said I tried to tell him, baby, listen. That's all you can do is, I'm trying to tell him. I mean, damn.
Yeah, this is really bad. And then you want to start drama with like Prayer Garden. It's like, man, what are you doing, bro? Like, it looks like they're just trying
Prayer
to
Garden
attach.
always run her mouth. She's always gonna run her mouth.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't want to be starting shit with that old ass bat.
Yeah, I would probably just be like, if these people they don't need social media. They need to get a job. They need to stay with the job. They need to stop doing any sort of substances that are, because I don't know. This does not seem normal. I don't know what happened, because I listened to a video 3 years ago and he talks normal.
Yeah, he's got it here. Matter of fact, we'll go back to one of his old lives because I'll tell you what, this is so different compared to what acted like before. It's just wild as hell, to be honest. It just doesn't even.
My advice, people, do not give these people money. Do not give these people money. Do not give them $5, $1, nothing.
No.
Tell them to get offline. That's what I would tell you.
Damn.
One of Hill's videos just popped up. How odd.
Oh. Curvy Barbie, that's a really good
want to go.
question.
Oh, sorry, baby. I'm sorry.
No, I was just reading the chat. Curvy Barbie said, chasing. Why didn't you tell him to shut it down if you're a mod?
Well, she probably did, but I mean, like I said, you can only do so much, when you're in the chat, especially if they're not watching it or paying any attention.
Yeah, they're off in
You know?
space. Those
Yeah.
people are off in space. They have no idea what's going on. And it's like people are like, I saw it like chasing there. It's like, oh, they're live streaming that you're being vultures. It's like, bro, you should be immediately telling those people to get the fuck off the air. That's what I would tell them. That's it. That's it. That's all. Delete that live. Get the fuck off the air.
Delete your channel. There's nothing good that can come from it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say like that channel. I mean, there's nothing that's not going to be helpful.
Well, you can always content too, though,
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, here's some of his older videos. This is from 3 years ago. These are a couple from 3 years ago when he was doing Summer Wells, important details that keep getting pushed to the side. Check out this. This is 3 years ago from Summer Wells when they were searching.
Pretty
regularly
and faithfully for 2 years. Had his children in there. You've heard Robin say that they have embraced the family. It is what it is. We speculate all day, but that's the church at the end of the day. That's their belief, and that's say that we have no right to interfere there. Even though I've been invited to go with Don and by Miss Robin, and we've been invited, I didn't do that because I didn't want to be that person, because people know what we do, and they would get the wrong impression. And I'm not trying to disrespect anybody that way. Y'all should be out having a steak dinner instead of having to explain yourself. We're not explaining ourselves. We're just wanting to talk, Jamie. Yeah, that's a good idea. But we'll probably order some Japanese or something. That sounds good.
We have I got
What a
gift cards for
difference.
Oh, did you?
Remember?
What did they say? The church kept? No, that's not true, because he's still going.
Yeah, so you still think that they were fucked up back then, back when, and I mean, they very well might be. I don't know if they were into drugs back, you know what I'm saying, with this, when they were doing this was what, 3 years ago? 3 years now, 2 years ago, you start to see the decline with them. Watch. Go back and watch that. Okay, so we were in 3 years. Let's go back up here to 2 years, 3 years.
How many subscribers do they have, Queen?
16K, I believe.
Wow.
Here's 2 years ago. Now, yes, they were on drugs back then. This is 2 years ago. Let me play this other one next to it, because I'm gonna tell you right now, like, they're both spun like rerun. Where was we just at with that video we just turned on? Right there. There's two of them right there. There's both of them. Now, right here, they look to me like they're spun like rerun. How high is draft pussy?
And
I don't know. You guys tell us. Get this up here.
Is he still alive and died, please?
Thank you for letting this platform be here for people to have a voice, Lord. We lift up Lady A, and ask that you give her peace, give her strength to be able to talk about that. What is shits and giggles talking about here?
I don't know.
Who's making bank? Nobody here is trying to make any bank off of anything. We don't ask for anything. Mods, take care of that if there's a problem. I don't know what the context of that is, but I'm not playing that right now. That's the haters trying to come in and trying to cause problems. That's what happens every time. we're not going to give up on Summer Wells, even if it becomes something in the background that nobody talks about anymore. We're going to continue to find truth in this case for this little girl. That's what's happening. Thank you,
Is
Music
there
City
a
Mom.
flipping playbook for these people?
So he said, "Thank you, Music City Mom." He just told thank you. This was 2 years ago.
Oh my God.
This is
Is
from
this
2 years.
is this playing on regular speed or is it sped up?
It's speed, and this is July 31st,
Oh.
2022. So this is actually more like 3 years ago. So this is July 31st, 2022. We're in 2025, July 2025. So
That is crazy. I thought it was sped up because they are moving a lot. Like,
yeah, no, that was regular. That was regular time. This is what's this? This is troll roast. Let's go see if there's another one with them on cam here where they're on the camera together. Here. This one is from 1 year ago. Let's see, July 10th, 2023. So 2 years ago exactly.
Meant that only we know somebody's messing around our house.
Oh my God.
What? Somebody's
That's
messing
what I
around
was hearing.
my house. What? How do we just go right to that part? Ain't that wild? Let's go back for context. Let's see what's going on. Somebody's breaking in their house.
And
look, to me, it looks like you can see the decline here. Like,
yeah.
see how she's wearing her hair and stuff. And she's, you know, I don't know. She looks
Anyway,
like,
I get a phone call and it's Joseph Broadwater. He's like, "Yo, man, what's up, it's Joseph?" And he's talking real fast, and I don't understand anything he's saying.
Or the voice, like it didn't sound. I didn't know who he was, and this was sometime. Was it in late last year, maybe 2022? Late, so it had been a year since the time that I guess we'd seen him and met him. I don't know.
Well, you know, all those vigils, he came in, would preach them and whatnot. Well, he calls me, and this is way into summer. Summer had been missing over a year at this point. And when he called, he said, he said my name. He's like, "Hey, Camden." And I was like, "Are you sure you got the right person, man?" I was like, "This is Cam from Cracking Cases." "Oh, yeah, I know." I said, "Were you trying to get a hold of me?" "I know another Camden. I have lived in this area my whole life. And he is from a place close in Virginia." And he said that person was from Virginia with the same name as me. And okay, if there is.
The name Camden is getting more popular now, but that's with younger generations, like teenagers and below. This is the only adult Camden that I have ever met in this area. And there might be another one.
I had never growing up here, I'd never met another one.
I have not. You're the only one I've ever met.
I met a girl at Verizon that said she named her son Camden.
Right. I have, I know people who've named their kids.
He would not respond to Thunder Sky about Vigil last month. She asked him to press I think it was a press for intimidation. He's close to where I'm at. And we were catching things on camera around our home.
Oh, and
he asked me out for lunch or something, didn't he?
And he was somebody to meet up. I don't know. Speaking of catching things on air camera, Mr. Desjardins, so glad that you've been gracing us with your presence again.
I don't know. They're really different here. Yeah, it's very weird, is it not? They look completely different back then to now. I mean, it just,
Oh my God.
you know,
The whole thing is just
fucking
I mean,
wild, man. When you're
yeah.
on here long enough to see the changes, it's very, very, it's just, it's crazy as hell. It's, it's
And I imagine it is very triggering for those who find it so. God.
Here's another. It says father of the university student. This is another one that just came out here, whatever, 5 hours ago. Father of one of the University of Idaho murder victims speaks out on expected Koberger plea change. And I don't know whose father this is, actually. I think it might be Xana. Let's see.
We are tracking major developments this morning in the Moscow murders case. We have learned that the suspect, Koberger, plans to take a plea deal that would take the death penalty off.
Creme 2's Christian Garza joins us this morning with reaction to this decision, including from a family of the 4 victims who is not happy with how this turned out. Christian?
We are expecting that Brian Koberger will change plea in court tomorrow. Families of the 4 University of Idaho students tell us they were sent an email with a letter attached saying he's agreed to plead guilty to all 4 counts of first-degree murder. Koberger is charged with murdering Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, and Madison Mogan in their off-campus home 2.5 years ago. The plea deal comes just 2 months before the trial was originally scheduled to start. In exchange for guilty, Koberger will receive 4 consecutive life sentences. Prosecutors had been seeking the death penalty if he were found guilty. This plea also has Koberger waiving his right to appeal. Benjamin Mogan, Madison's father, sat down with CBS News to talk about this new development in his daughter's murder case and what it means not just for the victims' families moving forward, but Brian Koberger as well.
Yeah, it's going to be nothing nice to go through for your life, and he'll have to think about that every day, all the terrible things that he allegedly did. And yeah, you know, there's and cons to everything, but if you get a quick death sentence, you know, you don't have to spend decades thinking about how terrible you made the world. Yeah, I think it's justice when you don't have to torture families that have been already through the most big thing they could ever imagine, you know.
After the decision to plea deal was made, another family, one of the 4 victims, Kaylee Gonsalves, sent a strong statement about the plea deal, saying in part, the Latah County Prosecutor's Office's treatment of our family during this process is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. We weren't even called about the plea. We received an email with a letter attached. That's how Latah County's Prosecutor's Office treats murder victims' families. Our family is frustrated right now, and that will subside. We will come together as always and deal with the reality that we face moving forward. We have that full statement from the Gonsalves family up on our website, creme.com. Details for this new development in the case are still limited, but we're keeping an eye on what you at home can expect from tomorrow's court hearing. In studio, Christian Garza, Creme 2 News.
And our
Queen,
Amanda
check that chat.
will be tomorrow to report on the Koberger.
And we are going to cover that. But you know what's really messed up is they have been, I'm sure people have taken time off of work. They've made travel arrangements. You know what I'm saying? You know, all this for it to just change and just in the snap of a finger, boom, change. You know, there's no longer a trial. You know what I mean? That it just, I cannot blame being devastated. I just can't, you know.
I just put a link in back chat for you.
What is it, baby?
Koberger plea deal victim sister reacts to petition.
Oh,
Petition
okay,
launch.
gotcha.
Do you have that? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I had no idea what it even was, but let's see here. All right, let's try to pop it back open again. All right. So this is what it is. This is what's popping up in here. So this is just the article.
Calculating savings for Byberg Insurance.
The sister of murdered University of Idaho student has slammed a cruel plea agreement that would allow suspect Brian Koberger to avoid the death penalty. Koberger, who was charged with over the deaths of Kaylee Gonclaves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, is set to accept the plea deal. You know what's really is in the lawsuit that Betty has against me? She accuses me of speaking to Ethan Chapin's family.
That never happened.
Yeah, I know. Do you know she accuses me of it though? You know what I
maybe
mean? She is.
that woman is
has
so
in her head
lost.
for some reason that Ethan's mom and I have been speaking, and I've never spoke to Ethan's mother. Never.
Well, isn't her her friend dating one of the victims in Idaho 4? Like the son of one of the victims, you know what I mean? The family. Gonzalez Jr., I think it is.
Olivia.
Who? What? Tia?
Olivia.
Oh, okay. I misheard you for a moment. Yeah, Olivia. Who she hangs out with?
Yeah. A petition has been launched to demand that Judge Hippler rejects Brian Koberger's plea deal ahead of the change of plea hearing on Wednesday, created by a Idaho resident. It has garnered 100 signatures. Oh, sorry.
Holy shit. It doesn't matter if it garnered 10 million signatures. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. That's crazy, though.
Yeah, I mean, like at the end of the day, like he's good when if this goes to the mainstream press that he's accepting a deal, it's pretty much finalized. Because the problem is it would be such a prejudice towards him if it was suddenly just not allowed, and it was all this public like coming out that he was about to accept a deal. That would be very prejudicial for him for jury selection and all that stuff, you know. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. I don't think there's going to be a rejection. The only time I can figure a judge rejects an offer if he's like, okay, this is clearly a bad deal, and I'm not going to accept it.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't think the judge is going to overstep his boundaries and be like, well, we're not going to accept it. Yeah, a lot of people do those petitions, and it's like, it's good for like YouTube. You know, it looks nice on YouTube and social media. Oh, we got 100,000 signatures. Oh, we got this. But in reality, it does absolutely jack and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's definitely gonna accept the deal. He's gonna go in there and he's gonna get life in jail. I don't know. I wish he would actually do like, you know, if he doesn't tell us exactly how he did it, that's gonna kind of piss me off actually, because I think like if you're gonna say you're guilty, we're gonna have to hear from you how you're guilty. You can't just say I'm guilty. Can I get a deal? No, you can tell us. Thank you, sir. Chasing picks and choosing.
Queen, thank you very much for hosting all afternoon. I didn't realize how long I was up here. I was thoroughly engrossed in this.
Oh, I appreciate y'all hanging out. I was actually moving on to this Crama Chronicles says, does Craig have issues with women? I guess he really was pretty fucking nasty, I guess. I didn't.
Oh, geez.
I don't think I've seen this one.
I'll be listening. Thank you, B. Tim.
All right,
Thank
Biddy.
you, Regina.
It was
Have a
good
great
seeing
day.
you, Tia. It's always a pleasure.
Same here. Have a good day, you guys.
We'll see you
You
later,
too.
love.
Bye.
So, as y'all see, we're changing over to Beej. Does Craig have issues with women? Well, let's see.
On it. Hey, Cajun Cutie said, "Hey, trolls, hit that like button on your way in, out. Thank you." All right, well, let me just do that real quick too. So, yeah, just because someone has a wrench doesn't mean that they are actually modding. The mods are amazing. They have all been doxxed and threatened. It's absolutely unacceptable. Exactly, it's bullshit and it's unfair. They've been targeted. Nana called Brittany her daughter. With a mother like that, I would rather have a mother, not have a mother. That's
They see how you
Wow.
and they get jealous, just like Mallory, just like Natty.
That is so sad. That is awful. They're sitting there attacking. Oh my goodness. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. That's not cool. You can't sit there and literally say someone's like a mother figure to you one day and then read every nasty chat 3 days later because that person chose to walk away from you for your own bullcrap. That's not cool. It's just not. Mm-mm.
Or Nana, they're fucking not happy with themselves. They're miserable with themselves. Nobody's admiring them. Nobody's saying, "Hey, you're doing great. Hey, I love you. I love your show." They're not getting any praise, and it fucking drives them crazy. And then they try to work their way in, stab you in the back, and steal some fucking importance for themselves. It'll last 15 fucking minutes, you genius.
Yeah.
Look at Mallory. She can't fucking build a YouTube channel.
no, and she's sitting there running around chasing people for more attention, hoping people will freaking give her.
Problems with it left already had a channel.
No one should be frustrated with trolls. We have to write exactly so it's not misconstrued, and we're not allowed to feel them down by any of them. Only a perfect world. Yeah, that's bullshit. We're not perfect, just like they're not perfect, and we shouldn't be those standards. That's absolutely ridiculous. Yep. That's what I'm wondering, Robin. Nothing was ever said to Nana that was rude or offensive. Some had legitimate questions about why they felt was a friend would go to that side that they have detested. And let's just point out, like, we're not even talking about just me. I'm one of many. Many of us have been harassed over here on this side. Many of us doxxed, harassed, threatened, you know.
Oh, really? We have also been doxxed, harassed, threatened, had the police called, had
Named
FOIAs
and
fucking signed, had my fucking kids fucking doxxed out.
named in restraining orders, thrown into lawsuits.
Named Jane Doe's into your goddamn frivolous ass fucking injunction bullshit. Just for a list. Hey, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you for your show. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate you for being here, baby doll. I hope you're doing all right. Hold on. From what she's happy. Did you hold on, another post? I guess I must have. I didn't hear this. Grab it.
Come on now. She didn't just hurt me. A lot of people were hurt. She came in chat rude as fuck, didn't say hi, didn't say shit.
I think a lot of those girls, they were jealous the moment they began to pretend to be your friend. And the hard thing is you got to realize which one is pretending to be a friend and which one's actually going to be your friend. Because there's a lot of snakes that come in only so that they can find some dirt on you, stab you in the back, and take their little 10 minutes of fame.
Yeah. I mean,
you gotta stop and come up. You gotta keep.
See, that's the problem, Craig. She dropped off fucking mods, and she's sitting with those motherfucking slithered ass fucking snakes that have slid their motherfucking asses right up in there. Now she's sitting with a big ass fucking in a snake pit with a bunch of snake den with a bunch of fucking snakes, where she already dropped all her good people like Sarah and all the mods that she did have, and all the people that supported her like Muscles and Mascara. I heard what you did to her last night and yesterday. You're a fucking bitch. She supported you in multiple ways. You're foul as hell.
At arm's length.
No irony.
Some of these girls are great.
Yeah, amazing.
But, you know, I thought Mallory was great after a while, too. Brittany made me feel like she was okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought Mal was gonna be like a lifelong friend. I thought that, you know, would visit each other.
You're on the phone with her too much. You got a soft heart wanting a friend. I'm 39. I've grown hard. I don't need a goddamn friend.
Well,
I
I'm
need
getting
business partners.
I'm getting jaded now. So, yep.
And it ain't about friendship. We can enjoy a laugh or whatever, but I'm not letting in that deep no more.
Yep. It's easy to become at this point. I'm getting very jaded.
I've met some really great.
I mean, you don't think they're getting pretty fucking jaded? I mean, pretty jaded, I should say. Shit.
Been jaded.
Fuck. This is wild as hell to listen to.
People in my life that.
And you got her fucking pick me over here, sandwich. Pick me, Brett. Oh my gosh, she's always got to talk in caps. She's always got to talk in capital fucking letters so she can be seen. She wants all the comments she fucking writes seen. Bitch, stop fucking typing in caps. Your fucking comments get seen. God damn, that's annoying as fuck. Brett is just kind to all, period. Very open because you don't expect people to be the way they are. Sad. You don't expect Sandwich to be the pick me that she is, but she sure as fuck does, and it's sad.
She's also a bully.
They're talking all that shit to Nana like you was. Bitch, who the fuck you think you are?
That's the whole thing. Nana went over there in the chat and said Jay didn't do a fundraiser. She wasn't rude about it, nothing like that. She just corrected misinformation. And then BJ's like, hey, Nana. Like, just the attitude. And then Sandwich was the one that started it in the chat, because you can see it, you know, the chat on the side of the thing whenever it's reviewed and stuff. And Sandwich was sitting there was the one that started all that attack on Nana. She really is. Like in real time. If you watch the Crama reels, she did a clip of it and said, watch the chat. And when you watch the chat, Sandwich is the one that instigated like the entire hate fest against Nana in chat. I'm just saying. And now she's gaslighting people.
But usually they fade away too. Because they want to carry on with their life and what they're doing. And that's a real person. They've got real world shit going on. And they're like, yeah, I'm sorry, I just ain't got time to do yours. You know what I mean? They got shit going on. They making shit happen. And then there's the losers that want to fucking talk to you 12 hours a day because they ain't got nothing going on in their life. That's how you tell that's a loser. But when they say, hey, I know I've got shit going on, great talking to you, I'll be back again.
Kim is still here, Brenda.
That's
Says the motherfucker that cooks fucking chicken dinners at fucking 3 o'clock in the morning and mows the motherfucking grass at 3:30 a.m. I mean, that sounds like tweaker times to me. Jeez, Lord, what the hell? I don't know what the hell he's over here talking about.
You see the difference?
Yeah. Rambling the
You got shit going on, something's wrong with them. There is no.
And that's the thing. Brittany's sitting there fucking quiet as a church mouse. Like never fucking speak for her.
I'm sure.
Attention. They didn't get it. They got bored, and they went somewhere else hoping they get some more fucking attention. It's called attention whore.
Boston says, I don't know what the issue is. I didn't watch Sarah's live. I'm sure it had to do with you answering a text. If that's the case, then it's easy to drop a text to a friend over the phone.
I used to be a bad boy.
Yeah,
I used to
it
look
is.
for girls like that. It's easy to manipulate. You give them a little attention they want, say nice things to them, get what you want, you never call her again.
Wow. Did you just hear what he just said? I don't think anybody even caught that. Did you just hear what he just said?
Play it again.
Wow.
Please.
What the fuck, bro? Wow.
Well, not surprising coming from Craig.
To a friend over the phone.
I used to be a bad boy.
He said, I used to be a bad boy. Now listen to what he says to her.
I used to look for girls like that.
I used to look for girls like that. Now, to me, he's talking to her. He's basically saying, yeah, he did this, but listen to the shit he says.
Because they're easy to manipulate.
Because they're easy to manipulate. Basically, listen to what he's talking. Listen to what he's saying to her. Listen to what he's talking about. He's talking about her to her, in my opinion. I used to look for girls like they're easier to manipulate, i.e. Beach.
Give them a little attention they want.
Give them just a little want.
Say nice things to them.
Say some nice
things. Get what you want.
Get what you want, and then never speak to him again. I think the only reason why he's speaking to her is because she trapped his ass with those kids.
Move on. Never call her again.
And then move on. Never call her again.
Yeah, that seems like the MO of Mr. Craig.
That's what I'm saying. He just told her about her, like where exactly, you know what I'm saying? Exactly what it was. Like Clue said, he drops fucking hints and says shit to her, and she doesn't pick up on it. It was right there.
It's
That
like,
she should have picked up on that.
Hey, Brittany, I'm going to the gym. Watch my macros. I'm going to go on a keto diet. I use women.
He's talking about
used to
getting
use women.
tattoos, going to the gym, telling her, "Oh, you just give them a little attention and get what you." From these older ladies too. With older women, most of them, you know, they're lonely because their husbands have passed away. They're sitting at home by themselves. They've retired. They're sitting on a bunch of fucking money and ain't got nothing to do.
Is he going to become
holy? And then boom, look at that.
Is he going to become like a
manipulating
male
motherfucker? I'm telling you.
Is he going to become a male gigolo or something?
I think he already is online manipulating old ladies. If you want to know the truth about it, that's what I think. I think he is doing this crap to women online that are older, giving them a little bit of attention.
Get what you want, drop them on bad habit. Give them a little attention, get some money, drop bad habit.
You know, I think they made a movie about him, Craig. They called it Deuce Bigelow, male gigolo. He was into older women too.
She don't bring anything to the table. She has no
woman. She don't bring nothing to the table. She has no sex.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Queen.
Why are you speaking to BJ like that? Why are you telling her about herself?
Beat him. I know you did not just bust out the Deuce Bigelow, Mel Gigolo, because whenever I think of BJ, the way she falls asleep randomly, I'm always thinking about that woman with narcolepsy.
Yeah, the narcoleptic
Yes.
woman. Yeah,
Yes.
the narcoleptic woman was one of his clients.
Yes.
Like, let me see. Like, I don't know if you could play. It's like from 1999, so I don't know. Let me see if I can find
Oh,
something.
you killed me with that one. Yes, that is exactly what. So it's funny that you should say he's the Deuce Bigelow, Mel Gigolo, because she is definitely the chick with this super
Yeah,
narcolepsy.
this is the. Can we play like a clip of the Deuce Bigelow movie, like narcolepsy one? It's like.
I don't know if it'll let us, but you can try it. I don't know if it'll let us. It might stream down. Try.
I don't know. We'll be. I don't know. Would they really catch us for a almost 20-year-old movie?
Yeah.
Jesus
Well,
Christ.
yeah, but I mean, we could try it.
Well, you know, I don't want to risk your channel. It's up to you. I don't know. It's up to you. I'll put it in the back so you can look at it and you catch my drift. It's like in the back. If I put in the chat, people can look at it themselves and then decide what we're talking about. So we don't like risk doing that in the stream. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that. But here's the scene where like Deuce Bigelow is he's like a male prostitute, and he's like one of his clients keeps on falling asleep, and he has to like he's at the bowling ring and she falls asleep on the lane, and she just passes out. She falls in her sleep in the soup, and then he basically that's what he does the entire time. That's his client.
Queen, can you turn my volume down?
Yeah, I already turned it down, baby. I got you.
All right, thank you.
Deuce Bigelow, male gigolo. All right, we can continue. I'm done.
You killed me with that though. For
I got
real.
the clip. That's how it's pulling up. This is the one, right? The
Narcolepsy one.
yeah. Okay, here we go.
Hi, I'm Deuce Bigelow, your man whore for this evening.
Hi, I'm Carol. I have narcolepsy. It's a sleeping disorder. It is thing you could ever have. I'm just not allowed to fly near or drive a car or work in a gun range.
Yeah.
That's Craig and BJ.
Oh my god.
That's their first date.
Not BJ falling asleep on the first date. Shit.
Oh my god.
Gosh dang.
I'm sorry.
Gosh dang.
Kind of looks like Craig a little bit, Deuce Bigelow.
I'm crying from laughing. Thank you, beats him. Thank you, Queen.
Oh my god. BJ's gonna be very angry. She's gonna be like sitting there. God damn, they called you Deuce Bigelow, Craig, and I'm the sleeping narcoleptic lady. What the hell? What the hell? Lord Jesus, help me out.
Oh, what the hell? Hey, here we go.
Contract. I want a powerful woman. Somebody who brings something to the table. Who's going to help me out. Move forward. Weak gossip. Oh, it's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, guys. Oh, we got a member. Miss Lori P. Thank you so much for joining the green team. Thank you. Hold on one second. I'm gonna play our song. Woo woo! Welcome to the green team, my love. I appreciate you joining. Thank you so much. Hang on a second.
All these women are always saying, "Where's the good men at?
Yeah.
Do you deserve one? Do you honestly deserve one? Look at as women. Look at these other women,
Oh boy.
and y'all
Let's
know
not
half
get
these
started
women are
on that.
horrible. They don't deserve a man at all, much less a good man. To be true to you, is gonna go through the fucking lows and the highs with you, and still not cheat.
Yeah.
Do they deserve a man like that? No, hell no. You a bitch. You a fucking loudmouth bitch. No love having. That's what he wants the most.
Yeah.
He wants that sweet, that
Yeah.
femininity. That's
Yeah.
what makes you a special creature.
You hear her? Yeah. For one, you're not powerful. You're not a powerful woman. I mean, who in the fuck are you talking to? I feel like she better start taking advice. You better heed the warnings for his ass to be gone.
There might be a powerful odor from him.
Yeah,
don't understand.
Some fucking strange.
I don't understand where he gets this ego and stuff, because to me he looks like he's 2 bolts in his neck away from looking just like Frankenstein. I mean, the flat forehead cut, the square face, everything. I don't see like, and BJ thinks he's like hot or something. I don't know.
I don't see it either.
You got children, women. What makes you as a woman?
Yeah.
You should bring that sugar to the table.
Okay. Well, I'm not go all the way there. All right, here you go.
Got no sugar.
Thank you so much
He said, I don't want to go all the way there. He said, because you ain't got no sugar.
Oh my God, BJ, you don't got sugar?
Fucking clowns are so much.
Where's the sugar?
He said, because you ain't got no sugar. Listen.
You don't got sugar.
For Lori P.
What makes you special as a woman?
Yeah.
You should bring that sugar to the table.
Okay. Well, I don't want to go all the way there. All right, here you go.
Got no sugar.
Thank you so much for.
He said, you ain't got no sugar. You ain't got no sugar. Clowns are every chance
You
he
got
gets.
the-
Thank you so much for becoming a member. Lori P. I appreciate it so much. And here we go. All right, do me a favor, guys. If you don't mind, click that thumbs up. There's 945 people here. To the ones that actually like us, click that thumbs up. If you don't like us, click the thumbs down. It's all engagement. If you want to become a member, we got 2 nights. Actually, tonight and tomorrow night. And before the new month rolls up. So if anybody wants to become a member, we could really use your help. We'd love to have you on board. Consider joining the green team. The mods are dropping the links. We also have the goal in chat if you want to support that way and you like what we're doing. We do got our songs to play if we do get gifts. Austin says, I don't see what the true issue is. I didn't.
Because there is no fucking issue. There never is. Wanted attention. They didn't get it. They got bored. And they went somewhere else hoping to get some more fucking attention. Attention for.
Says, I don't know what the issue is. I didn't watch Sarah's live. I'm sure it has to do with you answering a text. If that's the case, then it's easy to drop a text to a friend over the phone.
I used to be a man. I used to look for girls like that. Because they're easy to manipulate. You give them a little attention they want, say nice things they want, you move on. Never call her again. It's a weak woman. She don't bring anything to the table. She has no.
I'm talking directly to her. Yeah, I heard he did too. I don't really have a lot of time to be going over it right now, you know.
Yeah.
Man, that's some sick crap though, for real.
We know what Craig did beforehand. He might have been in the movies. Let's just say that.
Right.
Movie.
You guys, let's see here. Is Jay, are you gonna take over here and pick up tapping in? Or Clue, you tapping in, one of you girls? We gotta go over BJ's live later. We'll probably do it on the Hive sidebar. We never did go over it, but I heard she was talking mad shit.
Yeah, probably.
Guess I must have missed it.
Well, I think I'm kind of surprised she's
Going
talking
on?
about.
Okay, go ahead and get set up, and I'll go drop everybody off over your way.
All right. Kind of shocked that she was talking like mad shit with the Koberger stuff. She's probably very upset that her favorite killer is not innocent and pled guilty.
Who?
BJ thought Koberger was innocent.
What?
Yeah, she was like, look, the DA, he said that there was 2 separate stab wounds. She thinks that the Adelphi killer is innocent too.
Oh my God. What?
I say this all the time. Just like if you ever want to know if someone's guilty, just pick the opposite point of view of BJ, and you know you made the right decision. You don't even need to watch any case. Just ask her, who do you think is innocent? I think this person's innocent. That person's guilty. That's pretty much it. I feel like that's all you need to do, like Bizarro Land.
Wow. Just wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Sorry. Yeah. Wow. Sorry.
Yeah. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. But let me see. Brittany was going along with the other creator that thought the same thing, from my understanding. Yeah, they pretty much. She thinks that he's innocent. I guess because the main reason is that you can get views. So
Yeah,
watch this.
Watch this cruel shit. Hot potato, Nana who? Is this a song that she made for her or what? What is this?
They said they were Christian. Right online, but when a man.
So it is a song she made, but we forgot to check Angela's and giggles for her community. Let's go over there and look at that real. Crama Reels, that is a good song.
Damn contest. Said she.
Sorry, I don't want to keep playing on there. I will put a link for you so people can go check it out.
All right. Let me see.
But I want to read this tab from Angela Clips real quick. Here is the Reels song fast.
Okay, I thought I had shared it with you already, but apparently I didn't, Queen. When you get a chance, look at your Discord. Eddie had a live stream the other night, and his dude, like his symbol, is a Viking, and my face was right over the Viking dude's face, and it looked like I was a Viking dude. So the Crama Reels made me some little AI things, and I sent them to you. You should get a good chuckle out of these.
Interesting.
Well, I just told you I would take you, so give me a sec.
You know what you should take them to? The library, to bookstores. That's what you should take them. No fun. And also they can have, as a dessert, they can have a bowl of fruit.
Peeled grapes.
No, that's too sugary.
Oh, okay.
We're going to have to, that's what we should do. They won't like that. Almost 2 years ago, a felony. Let me see. Would surprise me if Diddy walked. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I honestly think that that's going to be. I don't know. You can coin flip. They sent a note to the judge on that one already, so that's never a promising sign for conviction, to be honest with you. But I think they met their elements. The problem is, it's like with a jury, you never know. You never know. So, and if he walks, holy fuck.
Oh, here's this. Okay, so as Angela says, good morning, Brittany Jackson. It's not anyone else's fault you stay miserable with a man that you despise. When you left Craig and had to stay in that evil hotel that made you pay for 2 days. I think that's hilarious how she says that. When you left Craig and had to stay in that hotel that made you pay for 2 days. Brooks and Muscles that gave you the money to get your boys clothes and snacks so they wouldn't miss school the next day. Both of them heard your fucked up live-in boyfriend address them in the live Clue was playing. Sure did. He was fucking nasty. Like I said, we're gonna play it later, but I'll have to come on here later and we'll review it over on the Hive. But anyways, it says let's not make this about anything else but the fucked up things that man said to women that supported you. You did a few mods. There was another mass exodus of people that saw you for what a using of shit that you are. They didn't get to speak their piece to you, you coward. If they want to go in a chat or get it out there, they're more power to them. You are afraid they will say something because of the issue, because you are the issue. You two aren't Christians. You two are losers that refuse to in the real world. So you grift online and use people's hearts. The funny part is you fight like cats and dogs and are stuck in a miserable relationship. So you take it out on others. Why does your man bring up Mal so much, by the way, or by name? It's very creepy. Yeah, so. Oh, and this also, real quick, Yvette says, update, Yvette, formerly known as My Life is No Cult for Me. Dang, Brittany, what'd you do to Yvette? Y'all, your cult leader. It says maybe Yvette feels how the other ex-mods felt when their comments were screenshotted and sent to Brittany so she could sadfish. Keep that, Yvette, it suits you. And it says, no cult for me. Nana's Dragonfly, I'm you my love, heart, and I'm so sorry for your loss. She said she's accepting apologies from fake bitches.
Well, now BJ's kind of stuck with Marlena, who she grifted from T-Rev, and that sandwich person that's a bully. So it's interesting to see where her channel goes from here. If I, well, it would be interesting if I really cared. Um, but I think she's going to fall flat on her face even harder because she has aligned herself with the worst of people. I love that for her, though, quite frankly. I think it's great. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very true. So, what do you think of the Diddy while we're waiting for Queen to end it? Do you think he's going to get convicted? Do you think that's going to happen?
I sure as hell, honestly. Well, you know what? Now that I'm trying to get caught up with it, I don't think he's going to be convicted. Actually,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of torn a little bit because I feel like some of the, like, I don't know.
I think the issue is, I think that's going to be a partial verdict. I think he's going to get found guilty, but I don't think he's going to be found guilty on RICO. I don't. I think he might be found guilty on the lesser charges, but like prostitution, stuff like that. But I don't know. But we'll see. I mean, sometimes the jury surprises you. I mean, do I think that he fits the category of doing that? Yes. Do I think you can? It's pretty tough to prove that. Basically, realistically, you can just basically say that he was just some freak that liked to watch, did sexual things and was a terrible boyfriend or husband that hit his and did physical altercations. Can you basically say he's created a criminal enterprise? That's a little bit of a stretch for some people. So we'll see. We will see. I think that's the problem. Like and that's why I was kind of worried about the Brian Koberger case, because I was like, Diddy's, when you read the filings, it looked like he was going to jail 100%. Like this guy was completely fucked. And then you start hearing the witnesses and you're like, this is not as strong as we thought it would be. You know what I mean? Like that's the problem with that case. Yeah, well, there were other people helping him, but those people got deals. That were they cooperative informants. Those witnesses that testified about getting the women for him and all that stuff, yeah, they were cooperative informants. That's what they're called. So, yeah, it's just that he's the only one going down for it. So, We'll see. Partial verdict has just been released and it's blowing up on X. Okay, so a partial verdict? Okay, that's what I was thinking that was going to happen. I thought some of it would be included, like he'd be convicted of some of it, but not all of it. And I don't know if he's going to be convicted of like a RICO, but we'll see. Judge is going to give the jury the Allen charge. Wait, this soon? They're going to give him the Allen charge this soon? They haven't been deliberating. How many days have they been deliberating? I thought it was Friday that they started deliberating, right? Okay, verdict is, let me see. Let me see something. The verdict is in federal criminal developing. Okay, so the verdict is coming in for the Diddy case.
It's saying, from what I'm reading, it says the jury sent a note at 4:05 p.m. says that we have reached a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. We are unable to reach a verdict on count 1 as we have jurors with unpersuadable opinions on both sides.
So if they don't agree on that count, would that be a hung jury? I think so. If they don't agree, I mean, they got to agree that like an innocent or guilty. So he might, I don't know. Queen, Cluminati got it ready, by the way.
Yeah, I got it set up and ready to go.
Hi, I just came
What's
up.
up, Roro?
Hi, girl. I just came up to say what Regina just read. They said that they sent out a note, said they have a verdict on count 2, 3, 4, and 5, but on count 1, they're hung up, and so now they're asking for an Allen charge, and the Allen charge is to where the judge goes back and says, "Go deliberate more." The jury's saying we're done, and the judge with an Allen charge says, "Go back in and do it again, and come out with a decision." Yeah. What do y'all think? Y'all think it's going to be... See, this is the stuff that was going to scare me with Koberger, because you always got those people that want to know. It's not just the facts of the case. They want to... They almost want the footage. They're going to be like, I still don't understand how in 7 minutes he could do it. I still don't understand the DNA. I still don't understand why they waited, to so long to make the phone call. I still, and there's always that risk. And it's innocent until proven guilty, no matter what we think, right? So I'm glad he took... I mean, I feel bad for the families, but I'm glad that he's not going to get off,
Yeah, count 1 is the racketeer one. I think that was the issue.
Yeah, the RICO's is the count 1, and that's the big one.
I knew that was going to be an issue when I started listening to some of the witnesses. I was like,
hey, Dirty Diana, you're up with this.
Hey, I'm just doing an Amy drive-by. Just came up to say hi to everyone.
Hello. Goodbye.
Well, hello.
Hi, Amy.
See you later, love. Thank you for
Well,
popping
thank
up.
you. Thank you, B. Tim.
But I hopped down. I just wanted to say that. So y'all have a good day. I just rolled up home, so I got to take care of business. So
we'll see you later, bro.
All right. Bye,
See you
baby.
later, Roro.
Bye.
Bye.
It's just like the song, I say hello, you say goodbye.
That's right.
Yeah, I know you've been
Well,
on
you guys,
for a
I
while
appreciate
today.
you guys hanging out. Thank you guys for being here with us. I got some stuff I got to get done, so I will catch y'all on the flip side. I got you guys heading over to Clues, so as soon as we end here, you guys will be over there. Make sure you guys sting the thumbs up button on your way in to hers, and make sure you guys, like I said, show some love, and thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for being here, and we'll be on the Hive sidebar later to review BJ and get that done and over with, because I heard she had quite the live. So we will catch up on that. I will guys on the flip side. Thank y'all for being here. Queen, Nonsense, Granny, Clue J, Clue, Trisha, Alma, or what does it say? Alma, verdict has been reached in Diddy's hell. Okay, what is it? What is it, baby? What's the verdict? Tell us where you guys off. What happened? somebody must oh, also I got something someone sent. I don't know if she wants me to say, but you guys, it's super awesome. I'll post some pictures on the community tab. I never know if somebody wants me to post or not, but it says you fucking got this. And then it's like a little round little beautiful little piece, and it's like etched in there. It says a little pocket hug. It is really, really cute. And then I got this little plaque. It's like glass, and it has, it's written on the front of it, and it is so beautiful. It comes with a little stand, and it says a little sign to remind you that you are amazing, you are important, you make a difference, you're incredibly appreciated, you deserve the best. So keep on being you because the world needs more of who you are. So I thought that was amazing. I was very appreciative, and I just wanted to tell you thank you very much. I also got another gift as well. I just love them. So I wanted to tell you guys I appreciate you. Thank you so very much, and I will catch y'all on the flip side. QB out.